Yesterday was a day full of activities, full of knowledge, where we had close to around 12 speakers, both from India and overseas, who spoke to the participants. Today we start our panel discussion in the morning, which is changes to go-to-market post-pandemic. Before we get into the panel discussion, we have a lot of our participants who have logged in today. A few instructions to the participants who have joined in. We have participants from I2E competition, from the Pitch Fest, and from Hackathon. So people from all the groups are hereby advised that you have to be logged in all the time today till 2 p.m. We will be starting the final round for you between 11:15 to 12 o'clock before we start the next panel. And this is where the panelists will be asking you to give your pitch in 2 minutes. So we will be calling out some teams and the team names where the team members have to immediately come in on the screen and give your pitch in 2 minutes. And the jury may ask you a few questions. The remaining ones will be taken in between 3 to 3:30. Not everyone will be called for the pitch round, which is the final pitch round for all the 3 competitions. The final prize award will be given to the winners in the program that will be conducted physically between 3:30 to 4:30 in the university, in this hall where I'm sitting, that's digital classroom. You may choose to travel to the university between 1 to 2 p.m., which is the lunch break time given to you. And I look forward to a lot of questions coming from your end, good participation from you for all the questions that you may have in your mind for the participants, from the participants' perspective, from the startup perspective, from the investor perspective, to the panelists who are with us today, and they will answer all the questions. The questions could also pertain to the areas that you heard yesterday from the panel members and from keynote speakers. The topic that we've chosen today is changes to go-to-market. And this has been a very, very tough task for a lot of startups, where the question has been whether I need to work on building resources for revenue for the company, or am I to look at the scale? There are many other questions that are pondering the startups in terms of redefining the go-to-market strategy. There were talk and thoughts which were put by some of the speakers on how do you pivot your offerings to the market, given a situation like a pandemic that we have currently. So here we have a very, very eminent panel. We have with us Ma'am Pratima Kirloskar. Ma'am is from Kirloskar Group of Companies, and she is the president of the Innovation Society, which she has been her brainchild in the company. She's a director with the company as well. She's been on the National Committee on CSR. She is the founder charter member of TIE in Pune, very, very active with a lot of startups, and has been helping, supporting Center for Innovation Incubation Linkages in developing this center and the shape that we see for the center. A lot of the contribution has come from the advice from Ma'am. We have also with us today Satya. So Dr. Satya Ranjan Acharya is coming from a very eminent institution, and that institution is EDII Ahmedabad. I'm sure all of us have heard about it. A very aspirational place to be in if you're in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. He is an academician by his heart. He is an excellent faculty in entrepreneurship education. He has been taking a lot of training programs, both for the corporates, for governments, for startups. And he is also currently heading the Department of Entrepreneurship Education in EDII. He also heads the Incubation Center in EDII. And we're fortunate that EDII and Center for Innovation, Incubation and Linkages have a partnership MOU, which brings us really very close to Ahmedabad. Today's panel, we will have the panel moderated by Vineet. Vineet Dev. Vineet Dev is a chartered accountant by profession. He's a founder and CEO of Posiview Consulting Partners Private Limited. He is an investment banker, angel investor. He's also spent some time with Times of India Group. He's been a speaker, he's been an author, he's been an advisor to a lot of startups, and he's working very, very closely with the startup ecosystem from the investment perspective. Vineet will take you through this 1 hour journey with our panelists. Over to you, Vineet.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar, for the introduction. Welcome once again, Mrs. Kirloskar and Professor Dr. Acharya, to this very interesting morning. I think we'll dive right in to the topic. And as Dr. Palkar mentioned in the opening remarks, after startups kind of thought of a product, visualized it, developed it, I think where the rubber hits the road is actually putting it out in the market. And more often than not, we as people who work with startups see that even good products or good companies falter there. And then you wonder, great entrepreneur, great product is needed by the market, and then what, if at all, went wrong? So today we are going to address this subject called as go-to-market. And obviously we have a very, very eminent panel striding both the sides, from Professor Dr. Acharya, who is there on the academia, as well as now the what we call as the dark side, the entrepreneurship side, and Mrs. Kirloskar, who's been there, done that across in terms of running operations to working with startups and mentoring them. So I think we'll get some very interesting perspectives on both. Okay, with that introduction, what we would do is I would request both the panelists, starting with Mrs. Kirloskar, to give some opening remarks to set the tone for the discussion on their views on go-to-market, generally, as well as maybe some context of the pandemic. Over to you, Mrs. Kirloskar.
Well, thank you for inviting me. And yes, I'd give you a broad context. I feel, the pandemic has come with a whole new bunch of challenges, but it's also packaged with opportunities. So some of the opportunities which have actually come out, which were always lingering in the background, but have taken forefront, is all your internet-enabled services, logistics, health, wellness industry, your diagnostics. So I think we can break this down into two parts. One is businesses that were already there and businesses that had just started. So if you just started, it's unfortunate that there was a pandemic, but something, even in large industry, you don't need a pandemic. You could have any problem, policy changes of the government is as bad as a pandemic. So I think that you always need to have your plan B in position to be able to go ahead into the market. So let that not worry you. If you've not yet started your business, I think you're lucky because your investment is not yet there. You can pivot your business and there are whole new opportunities there which you may want to explore. So with that, I hand it back to Vineet and we take it further from there.
I think, ma'am, you mentioned a very, very interesting point, and I think there's a takeaway there. When you said that if not the pandemic, it could have been like a 2008 Lehman Brothers collapse, recession. It could be wars, famines, a bad monsoon for that matter. So in that sense, perhaps it's a mindset that we are overstating the pandemic. Of course, it's for real. There's no doubt on that. But from a startup perspective, there could be n number of factors affecting, and this is one of them. And the moot question is, if you are somebody who had already started pre the pandemic, I think what you're saying is, did you have a plan B? Those who have started now, are you relooking at the plans? And we'll come to that later. And if you haven't, then are you really exploring the opportunities that come out from the pandemic as a hardcore entrepreneur? I think that's a fantastic perspective. Professor Dr. Acharya, would love to hear your views.
I think we need to unmute him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think, thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks, Binit, and thanks, ma'am. I think with the perspective that you have given. Yes, to initiate, we need to understand there is a pattern at which of all the business is typically happening over a period of time. These patterns are all followed from the point, I think the Stanford or the Silicon Valley actually promoted the type of startups there at that point of time. And this is the same pattern emerge and newer startups come to the marketplace. So currently, at this point of time, whether I'm an existing business or I'm ready to go to the market with the newer ideas, I need to understand what the changes in the macro level has taken place and how I can connect to the customer on those changes. Broadly change, yes. This pandemic has forced us to think that digital is one of the way to work out. Where the machine can work, we can take away the human interface and take this machines at that point of time. Third, there is a change that people will love to do so many things themselves rather than depending on some outsider to help them. So if you can take those particular points, that what are the different patterns which has emerged over a period of time, if you try to create a business model or a business idea, I think we can certainly get more success in the market at the current scenario.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. I think I want to go back to Mrs. Kirloskar from the point that we mentioned of actually looking at pandemic as an opportunity in from the perspective. It could be a social venture, a pure venture. So how does one look at how's the economic and the business landscape change, and your broad takeaway on that environment?
Okay, so here's one. If you have already started and the pandemic has hit you, then I think you need to rework your prices, because it's a good time. There's less money in the market. You may want to rework your prices. Instead of being a outright buy option, you may say, can we make this into a subscription model? By the way, even big pharma are doing that today. Your vaccination, in my opinion, is a subscription model, because you need to take it every 6 months. So, instead of taking it once in your lifetime, it'll maybe once in 6 months, once a year. So there's no harm in going down the subscription model. You may think of higher purchase. So there are many options. You may think of doing more of customer service. So you need to connect up with your customers and say, how is it that I can help you? You may want to use to promote your product, social media, Facebook. Today, you have such a lot of Google analytics, that they can dice and splice how your clients are using your service or using your product, and it will give you better insights as to how to get there. So there are very good algorithms today. Yes, they do cost money sometimes, but if you are, instead of investing in real infrastructure, the new type of infrastructure you may want to spend on is on the internet. So I would say, try it. Proactively build up your websites. Many large companies who did not have websites have now engaged in starting websites and connecting up with your people. See, let's understand that funding will take you a certain distance. Your sustainability is only dependent on who buys your product. So your first person must be the person who buys your product. So you have to be in touch with him no matter what. No matter how much money you have, you're going to run out of all that if you're unable to connect up with your last mile client. And if he's not going to be happy with you, he's not coming back for the second round of purchase. So here's my take. My take is, yes, you have to consider that in this kind of pandemic, different areas are also being sealed off. So if areas are sealed off, how are you going to reach your clients? But internet is not sealed off. So you can use the internet to approach your clients. You can have a new set of system whereby you can deliver your product. So I think, again, there's some things I would recommend, that if you're already just started your business, rework.
Okay, so that's the mantra: rework. Look at things very, very, very critically. And I think, Professor, I mean, as somebody who's handling an incubation center, are you seeing instances that Mrs. Kirloskar quoted of startups, migrating, pivoting, adapting to this environment? And could you maybe give us some?
Yeah, I think I can give some of those examples. So I have one of the startup which was into algae-based solutions. So they were previously cleaning the water. So with the algae solutions are applying to the water, and the water actually being polluted by this factories which has been running in Baroda, Surat, and other places. So they are releasing various pollutant waters, and the water bodies nearby was getting polluted. And so that's the way the business idea was to release those algae on those areas so that it can work out. But when the pandemic struck, all those factories also shut down. So all of a sudden, they started polluting or releasing lesser quantity of water, and the whole business model was because they didn't find more customer for that. But at the same time, the same startup, they could find out another opportunity that at that point of time, we are bringing lot many what is called this fertilizers, the ingredient for the fertilizers from China, and there was a ban on this the Chinese import. So they could find out there is an opportunity. Yes, the farmers are looking for fertilizers and the fertilizers are not available because they are walking in the water bodies. They know the farmers are nearby and what are the requirement. And they all in a sudden they pivot and the same algae and other bacteria they started using for biofertilizers and start connecting to the same farmers who are nearby. So a complete business model was set. Previously, they are trying to target the bigger companies who are actually polluting the water bodies. Right now, for the companies, manufacturing companies, they are shifted to the farmers and started distributing the biofertilizer, which is all technology. Everything was available. The connection need to be there with the farmers and provided the product and the chemical fertilizers. And they started proving that our fertilizers are better. Within a short period of time, within the last 6, 7, 8 months, I think they became a company which is right now providing a huge quantity of biofertilizer to the farmers at this point of time. So I believe this is all about how you connect, how you can look into this opportunity.
Sorry, go on, please.
Yeah, I think there are so many such stories are there where people have seen this as an opportunity and pivot their ideas. Again, I work with one more startup which is into the edtech startup, which is into this type of 3D image and other thing. So we thought that during pandemic, people will love to come out and start reading it out, but they couldn't get success at that point of time because they created various types of content and those are all 3-dimensional. So if you go and touch them, though, they can show that how the heart is pumping, how the blood is moving and all those stuff. But the whole content was so heavy, it was very difficult for us to give it to the school kids and other, or the connection we couldn't map with the school kids at that point of time, how they can actually use this particular type of content which is being developed. So though pandemic has created an opportunity for online education, but again, we got failure in that particular type of business idea. So it all depends how effectively you understand what the customers, and I think that's the main impact is that, as the ma'am is saying, it's all about customer, rework on your plan and look for this opportunity. I think that's the way we can get more success in the
market. That's very interesting. So you gave both the examples, taking off from a company which did rework as Mrs. Kirloskar was saying, and they came through. But I think then we are looking at another critical factor that happens to come out from that failure story. And I would like to request Mrs. Kirloskar to have some views on that, which is, I think, ma'am, what we heard was just pivoting and reworking. That's one part. But I think looking at a 360-degree view in terms of where you are, what you can do, and so on, the logistics of it, distribution, etc. I think that's also something that one will have to look at, right? Mrs. Kirloskar, how does one look at it?
Yeah. So, I think if you're already a company who started business, then you may want to use this time for doing all your other mapping activities. You're building up your teams and all the learning and education that you wanted to do initially, you do now. Because now's the time you have, because you can't enter any market. You still have your internet facilities. You just swap your timing, So you were first going to do some work and then do the learning and training. You do that first right now. And now you had enough time right now to do all that training, because once the market opens up, you're absolutely ready to go. However, you need to also look for channel partners in every area. Areas that you can't reach, this will be a good time for you to see who are the other people who are there. Can you partner with some of them? So I think small cases like this where you don't have to do everything on your own. So you don't have to do everything on your own. You try and find synergies between other companies and piggyback with each other for that journey. So I think that journey, and the fact is that these markets all of a sudden opened up and again all of a sudden closed. So you certainly need to find and have small tie-ups with channel partners.
Okay, interesting. So effectively, what we are seeing, Mrs. Kirloskar, is this entire distribution strategy, reaching out. In your earlier comment, you mentioned the importance of being online, a tech strategy where even mid and large companies, where in that sense, treating online maybe promotions, marketing, distribution as an optional add-on, and that become like a critical success factor. Just to have a follow on to that, are you really seeing you are part of a large business group and you're seeing the entire community, right, from SMEs who might be supplying to you and startups with whom you work with? So you've seen the entire segment. Are you really seeing post-pandemic the importance of technology, people adopting, and because that creates opportunity for a lot of the startups who might be here right now? A lot of them have companies which build portals, techs, or small applications. They may not be large SaaS companies. And do you think organizations of the size of yours or across have taken it seriously? And is there opportunity there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the fact is, we are a tech heavy company, right? So we use a lot of IT infrastructure. So the pandemic affected us to a certain extent. We were already online, we were already doing many things. But there are several companies who have found this huge gap. And that's where these small companies can very quickly pivot their business to getting in and working with larger companies. So the only one thing you have to be mindful when small companies work with large companies is the information and the data that they get. People are scared to share all this with them because these people are not very careful with that data. Now, that data has taken them years and years to build, and you can't be frivolous about it. So, what happens is large companies have a very watertight non disclosure agreement which is signed. And many small companies feel, oh, we are being stifled, but they are not seeing that this is an opportunity of a lifetime where they can get to work with one of these large companies. It's a huge learning experience. It's enormously, because the fact is, you learn the most from your clients. Your software gets better and better as your clients need more and more developments on that software. So many times you imagine a software and you put it together and you're unable to see the various uses, but the people who are using it say, hey, can you add this, can you add that, can you subtract this, can you rework this? And I think that is where the learning is.
Interesting. I'll come back to that factor of how to deal with larger companies, because significant number of startups would be such that they would want to. So some of the attributes of that will just come to in a while. But again, this part of larger companies having certain needs or mid-sized companies having certain needs and an opportunity there. I wanted to go back to Professor Satya and just check with him that did you see an inflow in terms of incubating companies, ideas, concepts during this last year or so, which validates this, where people were really trying to address certain problems, where entrepreneurs alive to this problem, and what did you see basically on the ground happening?
Yeah, ground, I think I just have one take here, that how effectively the incubation systems, I think we are right now having so many incubators across various parts of India from the typically academic setup that we are doing. So I believe that the point academic or these incubators have a close link with the industry. Then they can bring the right set of questions that the industry is having at this point of time. Obviously, small and medium enterprises have substantial amount of issues, and that can be solved by the startup community at this point of time. So as ma'am says, I think they've dreamed that this is the way the problem can be solved, but when you try to implement and find out there are no ticker for it. So I think if in an incubation system we can reverse that, we can guide the right type of problem statement which the industry is facing, and then we can have the students or others who are already inside this industry and try to solve it. I think that connection is actually giving result. From my understanding at this point of time, we are right now want to focus more about the alumni or the people already passed out and already worked inside the industry, having some understanding about the industry problems, and then coming out with the solutions. I think that group is getting substantial more success at this point of time. So I believe to what extent your requirements are there in the industry and the incubation setup is going to support in terms of a knowledge or in terms of the expertise that can just fine tune their ideas. I think that's the type of startup we are getting more success in the market.
Okay, and a follow-on to that is were there companies during the last 1 year, or are you seeing some traction now? If you got some people approaching with startup ideas to incubate companies, where the business plan is to respond to opportunities coming out of the pandemic. Are we seeing some of those things happening on the ground?
Yeah, I think I have a startup currently which is looking for reusable rockets, but may not be not directly from the pandemic right now. But the opportunity is there. ISRO has opened up. I think, again, the point ISRO has opened up and right now looking for private partners to work it out. So from satellite making to reusable rockets with the small launchers which can be there to all drone based, I think everything people are right now looking into. So drone based agriculture, post pandemic, I think there are so many people are currently working. So we are also moving ahead with that particular ideas. In terms of working with the farmer producers company and creating equipment, I think from an asset heavy to asset light, something like that, the companies which the farmer may not buy all those things, things can be procured by the one company, and then they started providing the renting. I think those models are obviously the subscription model that ma'am was talking about. Those models, those startups are actually getting tractions in the market right now.
Yeah, I think that is what Mrs. Kirloskar was also saying, that practically if there's a problem of liquidity, people not having, customers not being able to pay, I think pricing and payment terms becomes the key. In fact, and Professor, yes, I agree that all of this opening up of sectors, defense and space, etc., actually happened as a part of a package.
Yeah.
It was an Atmanirbhar package which came in. So in that fallout of the pandemic, where the government system was thinking on those lines. On the point, Mrs. Close, that you mentioned, many times, be it investment or, like you said, startups approaching larger companies for business, typically, yes, there is obviously that complex, a large company, and they may have external conditions and so on. And you made a very interesting point that don't look at it from that angle. Look at it from a perspective that a larger company may have some specific needs. They have IPR. They have their own set of customers they need to deal with and be careful, etc. And try to adjust yourself in that for that protocol and context. So that brings us to a very important point, which in the hustle and bustle of startups gets missed, because startups are used to all, as we call it, jugaad and, being there in the moment, etc. But that brings us to that problem of trust. And how does one look at it, the criticality of the trust factor, so that be it in themselves as entrepreneurs, in their products, in their behavior, and so on. And the importance of that, how does one build that?
You know what I feel that, Professor Satya brought a very relevant point. If institutions are in good connect with industry, I have a solution for this, is that if the institution running the incubation center, one of those people work closely with industry, then what happens is you understand the issues industry is having. Of course, no industry is going to come to you and say, you know what, this is the laundry list of issues we have. Because let's understand, competition is cutthroat. And nobody's here to give you a list of all the problems they have so that others can overtake them. True. So life is too short and you have to be very, very mindful of all these things. So if you have actually worked, those startups who have worked with large industry have already positioned themselves and have already started connecting themselves with the larger industry. But you see what they have forgotten. They feel that at whatever price and at whatever rate, industry is going to absorb these startups and work with them. That's not going to happen. Why? Because like the small companies are hit with the pandemic, so are the larger companies. And what the larger companies are seeing today, that all their loan facilities that they have got, they're making sure their vendors are being paid first. So the person who's actually suffering is the large industry. Now, you need the large industry for help. They're trying to see that all their vendors are paid. And if a startup comes in and tries to make a quick buck from his software, it's not going to work. People are not going to tie it up because A, it's an unknown quantity. B, it's too expensive. So they'll say, okay, let me recruit my own IT facilities. And most of them have programs like SAP and Oracle, which is everything comes for a price. So if your price is going to be higher than SAP and Oracle, you're not going to be chosen. So there's small things you need to be mindful. If you have to enter a market, you have to be price competitive. And that's what I find, that some of them really believe, goodness is not weakness. Goodness is allowing you an opportunity to meet people from industry. But that does not mean that you're the only option they have. There are lots of options they have. So one needs to be mindful of all these things.
Correct. And I think what applies to a B2B kind of product as well applies to a B2C kind of a solution. I mean, the platform on which you're working, something like a Zoom or maybe a Google Meets and so on, I think those were opportunities where they allowed, for example, these were indispensable then. Had they charged a few rupees, even for the first 15 minutes, there was no choice, for example, for us.
Yeah.
I think there are classic cases where there are tons of industries which have. So, Professor Satya, again, from this other side, in terms of the efforts and the importance of this building this trust and imbibing the trust has many forms, of course.
Trust, I think, I just have another example of another startup which I was just worked with them at a point of time, but currently not associated with our inclusion system. But the company was into an event tech company. So they started up within the last 3 to 4 years period, and they started operating all what is called online events and online thing. But the type of trust, they started working with various, the Vibrant Gujarat event, and also work with the world that's entrepreneurship event that was organized at Hyderabad, where the PM and I think Ivanka was also there. So they got an opportunity to go to that level. But beyond that level, they captured the whole market during the whole pandemic. All of a sudden, the event tech company is called Huvilo. So they started getting the customers and they started building trust. And trust is that all big companies can organize event in their platform. So it is a very small company started operating with a startup, but right now big companies are doing their events because all of them would believe that there is no point of holding a physical event if I just have to interact with my customers or interact with prospective buyers. We can all do in internet, and the type of requirement they have, they started providing, and the whole trust that your data is not going out, you are creating a proper interaction with one-to-one interaction. So I think once you start building that trust, companies also believe that yes, you are doing the right set of solutions, and the company started growing, and they have raised a series of funding right now in US right now. So trust, the type of product that you're offering, agility, and obviously the commitment and the passion. I think these are 2-3 ingredients. If it is there, you can certainly get great success in the market. But for that, you need to understand what is the requirement of the customer and try to build your product according to that. If you come with a product, you believe this is a solution and the market is not understanding this is a solution, I think explaining them and educating them, I think you will lose most of the time. And then you can find out that within the next 2-3 months, 4 months, 6 months, there are no takers. And then you are saying it is dying, or because we don't have that much of cash to continue with an idea for more than 6-8 months at this point of time. So we need to come with a business idea where customer is going to fund your business. If that is there, yes, we are going to get success. And customer is going to fund your business idea if he has or she has trust on your ideas at this point.
Oh, that brings us to a very interesting point where you said that, and this is where, as somebody who's mentoring entrepreneurs, Mrs. Kirloskar, you might be seeing some very interesting entrepreneurs. And Professor Satya gave an example of a company who could, bring it all together and go to market. But you'd be seeing several examples where great entrepreneur, a product where you see there's a promise, but you feel there's something wish that they could be maybe the business plan or this go to market and so on. Whereas the promoter describes this as classically as a funding problem, and the promoters come and say, "Oh, wish I had money, then I whatever." I mean, there's the moon, for example. So beyond the product and entrepreneur, how do you look at enterprises, products, and so on? Some of the critical points that you look at, especially in this context.
I think what is important is the entrepreneur's mindset. That more than him putting together an excellent business plan for that company, because the circumstances, he builds a business plan according to circumstances at that time. Now, these circumstances are fluctuating in the market. So how flexible is his business plan? How flexible is he to taking channel partners? How flexible is he to add things to his technology that will make your product more versatile? And of course, if he's in a very niche area, then he's in such a niche area, he's going to be there anyway. So if he's in defense, he was in a very specific part of defense, there's no way somebody else can actually even compete with him. But if he's in an area that is not niche, I am going to look at his mindset, his spirit, because there could be some excellent companies, there's money, there's everything, and yet the company goes under. There could be several cases like that. But sometimes even after going under, you come back, you pivot, you join up with someone else, because the fact is, I see that when you're giving a technology, the entire cycle has to be complete. If there are any gaps in the cycle, there's an opportunity for you to get another channel partner who can do that cycle, so that you give an end-to-end solution. The minute you give a solution which is only a fragment of the problem, then that means I need to look for several other people who will join up to complete that issue, the gap. And many times you don't understand the gap very well, and entrepreneurs keep on convincing you why their product is good. Why? You see, what is important is the entrepreneur has made a product from his point of view. He's not putting himself in the shoes of the organization that needs the product.
Correct. That's
I remember when IT started, they used to have lots of the MRPs and ERPs that they'd set up, and they'll come and tell you, you need, I'll give you this wonderful system, you've got to change all your lines. I said, do you even have any idea what you're saying? These are all huge fixed cost conveyor belts we put in. It's really, really expensive. Have you any idea what you're saying? Because it makes no sense. That was very clear that he has never been there on the shop floor to even understand the system. You see, it's one thing to make this very intelligent system. It's another thing to be on the shop floor, to understand how your process works or how it is currently working, to assist someone. So even if you want a retrofit, you need someone who understands that system. You know, if I sit here and say, you know, just rework your entire industry, shift everything here, and now with this new workflow, you'll save so much. But what about the money I'm going to spend to shift all this?
True.
Yeah.
That
And
ground,
sometimes, you know, with old companies, they have old machines. You need to retrofit some things here and there. You can't scrap everything.
true. I think I think that ear to the ground and getting the hands dirty, on the actual business problem,
Yeah.
is something that is a very strong advice that you're giving to people, that you might be expert in your domain, be it tech
Yeah.
or whatever it is, but the consumer need. And I want to get this to you, Prasatya, in terms of as maybe an incubation center, or as somebody who's looking at startups day in, day out. How are you seeing things from the other side of the table? Their responsiveness. Are they going on the ground, meeting potential customers, doing that ground level study versus a secondary study on the internet and so on?
Yeah, I think it's very essential right now, because we are right now moving to a knowledge-based society. So in that case, you need to have your background understanding about the problem that you're solving, and also about what the technological changes and what other things have already happened. So for that reason, the person whosoever is interested to join this startup journey need to have a thorough understanding about conceptual clarity and the type of problem the industry is facing, or less the customer is facing. So if they are coming and ready to analyze this with an open mind, I think there are so many different problems that all of us can solve, and so many different startups all of us can create at this point of time. There is huge amount of problem and across the society. Understand which problem can be solved and which problem the customer is ready to pay a price. So if they can understand these 2 points from the very beginning, and why the customer is going to pay them, then obviously we can certainly create more number of startups. So I think that there is a complete open up marketplace right now. They can do substantial amount of.
Yeah, I think from Mrs. Kirloskar and what you said, I think the interesting bit is these two components, and there being a problem out there, you being able to solve it, but at the right price and meeting, the customer requirement. That is like the holy grail, obviously, of startups. And then many times, I guess startups do not realize that they have to get all of this right. I mean, there's a difference between, I guess, getting all of this right and trying to, as Mrs. Kirloskar, trying to perfect one of those things. I think that is something that people generally, they, as she said, the idea they try to is fine tune or perfect a certain solution, a certain feature, which may not be needed. A potential client may be okay with some degree, 80%, 90% accuracy for a lesser price. And are you seeing basically from that perspective of need of the market versus we'll come to the pricing later, but from this perspective, Mrs. Kirloskar, are you seeing certain industries opening up more than others, especially in this post-pandemic world, where it would be interesting for entrepreneurs to quickly go to market or look at it in the next 6 months, 1 year?
I can see that the distribution sector possible. So everything that's gone beyond manufacturing, that is asset light, knowledge management, as you rightly said. But knowledge management is very tricky, because while it is something that every company needs, they are not going to sit sharing it with you very kindly. So I would say knowledge management, if you've actually worked with these companies and you get the company themselves to fund you and they spin you out, now that is something that you can hang on to, because that will be an excellent model where companies are saying, you know what, we'll invest in you and we'll spin you out. You are our unit sitting outside, so you don't get worried about our way of thinking. You give me your way of thinking, but in my area.
Oh, that's a very interesting perspective. Would larger enterprises, and coming from your own experience, you would appreciate that versus not random, but a connected startups who wants to be on its own and you just put money?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because what happens is now I'm directly connected with the startup.
Yeah, if you can elaborate.
I'm sorry, you said something.
No, I was just saying if you can elaborate on this, because that's a very, very interesting point. I mean, hearing this as an enterprise saying this for the first time, what you are saying, basically.
Yeah. See, there are many models, right? Why are we having showcases? I'm doing so many showcases with big industry. And why are they even coming there? They're coming there because they're all looking for something. So what are they looking for? Nobody is going to tell you what they're looking for. It's like looking for gold. They'll not tell you where the gold is, right? So you got to go, you got to see through those rivers to see where you're going to find that bit of gold. So the issue is, what is this thirst for? The thirst for is to get the right fit. If you get a perfect team and you say, this is the team I'm going to work with, I will now fund this team and they will be my team sitting outside my company. Why outside my company? Because when you are inside the company, the mindset of the company becomes your mindset. And you don't want that mindset. You want this free thinking mindset, which comes only when you're an entrepreneur. In typical organizations, you will find that people need to be chased to work. An entrepreneur never needs to be chased to work. He has the spirit to run. Now, the spirit is something that I will never let it die. That spirit is something you have to nurture. Now, whether a company does well or it doesn't do well, the spirit is something that is inborn. And we all are looking for that spirit. That one spirit that will take everybody with it. It's like a sledge, the person who is actually driving the sledge in front, or the dog that drives the sledge in front, has to be the most focused dog, or the most focused person with energy. And if you follow that, the entire sledge reaches its destination. So for me, more than this great idea, I like the spirit. A burning spirit is what everybody's looking for. A focused and burning spirit.
That's such a lovely, I think in these kind of dark times, I think that's an amazing, I mean, it's obviously, I think Professor will agree with me that I think the
100%.
What you said and the way you said it's inspired, I think all
It's
of us.
inspiring for all of us. I think for a larger companies, how they are interested in some looking this particular bright lights among all the startup community, all the students. I think that's a great thing. I think everybody need to get their focus right with the burning desire that I'm trying to solve this. And at some point of time, you'll certainly find some taker for you. And rather than just trying it out that everybody's trying, I'm also trying, then there is nothing in that. You need to prove that you are doing something different. And in that difference, all of us will certainly get substantial amount of support from all large corporates, mid-sized companies, and government supports and other. I think that is very essential.
Okay. And ma'am,
I have one suggestion. You know what happens sometimes when you are away from industry, you don't understand the challenges industry has, right? Because you're not there. See, getting a salary month on month is one thing, but getting a salary or getting your perquisites or getting all that only if you do well is quite another story. Because what happens is today industry has actually shed a lot of people. And what has happened is because of the pandemic, there's so many stipulations that you need only 50% of your work staff or 20% of your work staff. You know what's happened? The other 80% has become redundant. So what's happening is the pandemic has taught me that, I can work with much less. Why are we keeping this with baggage? Because with every person, there's a lot of, other than just a salary, there's so many things a person brings with him. Wrong decision making, which is a cost. All kinds of issues, which are costs. So in an industry where, I think in this pandemic, there's going to be lots of unemployment. And I can see only those who have spirit, who are driven people are going to find the jobs. And I think that's where entrepreneurs who are really driven have to keep moving at a pace, at a breakneck speed, and get involved with these companies. They have to make that effort. You see, when somebody keeps knocking on your door many times, you say, hey, let me just look at him, because, look at the spirit. There's so many cold calls he's made. We've ignored him, but, he's come back. Let me listen to him. Maybe he has a point. And you just you have to be at it. All these companies have grown because they've been at it. We are a 132-year-old company. And if we were to just sit back, today there's a pandemic, we started the Spanish flu. We've had world wars. All this has happened. There have been shortages of different kinds. When there was a shortage for metal, what they did, they actually took all the old cannons that were lying, melted them and made pumps out of it. So I'm saying one needs to be able to stand up to all this. So it is a spirit of entrepreneurship. Yeah. You can't just get up and say, I'm going to be an entrepreneur today. Well, and if you're there just for the money, forget it. Just forget it. You're looking at something beyond money. If you're looking at something beyond money, it'll showcase in your work, it'll showcase in your spirit, it'll showcase in a larger cause. And I'll tell you, that is how nature is going to weed out the good from the mediocre.
That's great.
I just want to add some points. I think for me, entrepreneurship, again, it's a more of an academic perspective. Since being in faculty, I need to bring this angle back to this whole thing. What I believe entrepreneurial behavior is very essential. It's not just of entrepreneur, it's about the entrepreneurial behavior. This behavior is all about problem solving, initiative, and all those stuff. So whether you are working inside a company as an employee or you are ready to start something, everywhere you can behave entrepreneurially. I think we need to prioritize this entrepreneurial behavior. So what happened to our society that we have forced everybody to behave normally? I think that's as something differently. I say there is an entrepreneurial behavior and there is a normal behavior. We force all our family, friends, and everybody in a school, wherever we are teaching, that please behave normally. Normally is the mediocre behavior. Normality is that behave whatever is an average standard which is required. The point will force everybody to behave entrepreneurially. I think we'll get employees, will do fabulous work, we'll get entrepreneurs who are able to solve newer set of problem. We'll get politicians try to solve the problem in a larger. I think that behavior can be showcased across the society, and certainly we'll get substantial more impact out.
I'd really like to add to that. I could not agree more with you, Professor. I will tell you something that, when you are looking for entrepreneurs, you're saying that, you come to school in India and you're put in a box.
Yeah.
You're never allowed to ask questions. So
Yes.
students who ask questions are actually punished.
Yeah.
And I feel you are made to learn things by rote. The advantage is, yes, Indian students can do very good in exams, but Indian students are very bad in application. And it is our fault. It's our fault. We put them in a box, and then after 30 years, you say, now think out of the box. Now tell me, how difficult is that? That you train a mind which is actually free-flowing, and then you contain it, and after it's contained and harnessed, you say, hey, you should have not been here, you should have been somewhere else. So it is our fault. And I feel, but there is still time for us to change. We need to bring this down to schools and make them do fun projects. And in the funness, in their interest, we will find this kind of, these students that are really willing to go that extra mile. And as you rightly said, you can be an entrepreneur by spirit, irrespective of where you are. You can be in a company and give amazing suggestions, like they call intrapreneurs. We are not all cut out to start a business, raise money, go run and do this. We're not cut out, and nobody's asked us to do that. You can come into an entrepreneur incubation center because you are an entrepreneur, you're an intrapreneur in a large company, but you know what? You want to create a separate team that is doing it, and the company is funding you. You're sitting in an incubator, you're getting help from professors like Professor Satya, and you can run the last mile. Believe me, it's absolutely possible. We need to think out of the box. We need to be able to say, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to achieve. My professor is going to work with me, and I am now going to work with an industry, and you can go the distance.
Yes.
I think, really lost for words with the kind of inspiration that we are getting, because, on many of these occasions and the panel discussion, one doesn't get, what can you say, the between the lines stuff. As you rightly said, nobody's going to come and tell you where the gold is. But I think, ma'am and Professor, I think we're very close to you, at least you pointing out to where the gold is. I think in terms of this, this point, where I think everybody listening to this needs to understand sometimes how overrated presentations, business plans, Excel sheets are, versus you can present a whole, bit of stuff, and the person on the other end, be it a large industry, a VC fund, an angel investor, is looking at you as per interaction and saying, what if all of this goes to the dogs? All of this Excel. Can this guy, as ma'am you said, can this fellow still stand up? Because nobody can predict the environment, and pandemic is a part of it. So, and that example that you said of cannons melting, and that's, something like that. Things are going to keep happening. So lovely, lovely example and message to kind of start concluding this round with. I can see Dr. Palkar there. Dr. Palkar, would you like to come in as somebody associated with this, running an incubation center, a linkages center? Some comments from you would be welcome, ma'am. And having this panel together and letting us spend this lovely morning interacting and thank you so much for that.
I know, I've been speaking since yesterday, so I thought, let me not interrupt in the panel and be a listener, patient listener. I was more keen to have an interface of all of you with the ITE competitors and the Pitch Fest competitors. It's, with the kind of time that we get from all of you as panelists, we want to get the maximum from all of you. That is my endeavor. So if you allow me to start that activity, then probably we could quickly look at least a few where you all could have some intervention till 11:30, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's okay with me, Dr. Palkar. I will leave at 11:30, so I will leave quietly. You can just continue with the program.
Yeah, sure.
So we start it, and the minute my time's up, I will leave, if that's fine with you.
Yeah, perfectly fine. With the permission of Vinita, I'm going ahead.
Yes, please.
So I'm inviting, so now there are multiple teams here. So we had 3 different competitions this year. One was the Innovation to Enterprise competition, which was purely an ideation competition for colleges, where we had 200 teams that entered. The second one which we did was a hackathon, which was based on the problem statements given by a few companies and PCMC. And the third that we conducted was a pitch fest, which was purely from the perspective of getting startups in the incubation center. So I'm doing a little mix and match and getting everyone, but I just mentioned that they're from the ideation side or they are from the pitch side or from the hackathon side. This was not typically the hackathon that we generally do 48 hours on coding, etc. Again, there was a problem statement and they had to solve the problem. We've given a window of about 2 weeks for them to solve this. So if I can have the team of Quench Ed activity-based learning. Are you there, the team? If the team is there, please come straight online.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
And we would like you to make a pitch in quick 2 minutes about your idea. Therefore,
Yes, ma'am.
quickly.
So, ma'am, we are Quench. So, it is an activity-based learning platform. Our target market is students from age group 6 to 10. Our primary benefit is we want to help students to develop their aptitude and interest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that is STEM, by giving them a hands-on experience of concept they learn in school through experimentation at home. So what makes us unique is we offer project kits, so the students can develop their interest and knowledge and can be applied in a direction. So kits will be dispatched as a monthly subscription model, and where they can learn, and there will be a which will be provided so that they can discuss different ideas on that platform or solve their doubts, and different discussion forums will be also available. Yes, that's from my side. Thank you.
Before the next panel comes, I just want to thank formally both the panel members because I missed it at the end of the year. So thank you so much, Mrs. Kirloskar and Professor Acharya.
So any questions for them? So how did, I mean, if you have, otherwise we will continue and we need to continue.
Yeah.
This team?
No, I think we'll go to the next pitch, I think.
Okay, advanced magnetic field detector. Are you there, the team? Advanced magnetic field.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We are here. Yeah. Just a second. Okay, we are not able to share the screen. Okay, what basically we did is
So we
the problem.
don't want any presentation quick to.
Okay. There was a photo I want to share. The problem is we are solving the unwanted electrocutions which our Indian electricians are getting. If we check the fact, we see that in one day around 30 electricians die in India due to electrocutions. There are 30 deaths per day in India for due to electrocutions. Now, how this problem evolves is because we use a tester to detect if there's a phase in the line or not. So the tester actually is not a standard device to check the phase, because if there's a small short in between there, you can be electrocuted because the whole current will be flowing through your body to the ground. Okay, you are touching the phase directly with the tester. So what America or UK did is they made EMF meters, that is called as electromagnetic field detectors, wherein they can wirelessly detect if the given wire contains current or not, wirelessly without touching the wire. even without removing the insulation. Wirelessly they can detect. So that EMF meter currently has been developed in UK or US, and it costs around 4,000 rupees in India. Okay, so no normal electrician will buy it, of course, because no one will spend that much amount. 4,000 rupees is average salary here for an electrician. So what we did is we have developed our own EMF meter. Now here you can see this is the engineered prototype. Currently only one LED is glowing. Now I will take this towards my electricity board, and you can see the LED start to blink. Now when I take it away, the blinking stops. When I take it near to the board, the blinking starts. Now this, we have patented this in last year only, and it also has an potential to show the amount of current flowing through the wires also. You can connect this to your computer and you get a EMF plotter, exact EMF plotter, which costs around 10 to 12,000 in the Indian market right now. We can provide that in just 600 rupees. And yes, this is patented, map. And we also now have gone with MSCB for developing this prototype. Now this is a big, actually, what they say is, can you do this in a small scale so that we can carry it everywhere with a toolbox? Now we have developed this. This is a small chip, so you can, this thing can be done with this chip and we can use it anywhere, ma'am. So this is our idea in short. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We go to the next one, Prachi Pingre, PCMC Health. Prachi. Prachi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So, hello, I hope you're all having a good day. Our topic is city cleanliness detection using geotagged street images. So this project will tackle the problem of the collection and disposal of e-waste. The solution is not only limited to e-waste, but is applicable to almost any kind of waste that you can think of. The project will include geo-tracking of regions with highest index detected using computer vision and deep learning image classification algorithm. With the help of geotagged images captured by drones, mobile vehicles, or the local CCTV cameras, or by the locals who might want to submit a complaint. Due to littering and inefficient garbage disposal practices engaged in by citizens, it becomes a tough task for sanitation workers to determine which areas require attention and waste pickup. So with the drone connectivity and intelligent algorithms, optimal search patterns for every area can be developed. Depending on the waste quantity index of the area, appropriate heat maps are generated. These heat maps enable authorities to take necessary action efficiently. Furthermore, an algorithm is developed to use inputs such as electronic component sale, date of sale, time of sale, and location of sale, and provide output with a probable area in heat map form that will show the most likely position of the disposed item. This data is displayed in a nice visualization, and it is easy to understand exactly what we're trying to convey. This system, we hope to integrate it into the real world because it will serve as a checkpoint and it will not cause loss of jobs or dictate any kind of authority. Therefore, it will be a natural fit with the current systems in place.
Okay, we quickly go to self-propelled onion harvester, I2E competition. Are you there? Self-propelled onion harvester team. Team, are you there? So the team seems to be absent there. So we go to plant residue extraction management and its application. Plant residue extraction management and its application. Is this team available? The team is there, I understand. Yes, please go ahead. You're not audible, dear. We can't hear you. Your voice is not clear, beta. So we'll give you some time to settle down and we'll come back to you. Please sort out your issues that you have. from the I2E modern parking spaces. Are you there? Modern parking spaces? Modern parking spaces, you're there. You can come online.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
So our idea is modern parking space. Our base idea is parking space on your fingertips. In modern cities, there are like vehicles are increasing day by day, and it is leading to a problem of parking vehicles. So we have come up with a solution. Why don't we bring the parking to our fingertips by the app, which we are gonna build, in which by which we can book the parking things through our app. So our product is find and book your parking spot anywhere. Our target audience is people with private vehicles traveling or residing in the urban cities. What are the primary benefits? It eliminates the frustration of parking. It assures you with the parking, and also it reduces the work of the traffic police and their management. But what makes it unique? Book your parking space anywhere and anytime. And also, such apps are not available. And so it will be an handy to just book your app to book your parking on your fingertips. Thank you.
Great. And next we have solar power multi-purpose pesticide sprayer. I2E competition. Is the team there? Solar power multi-purpose pesticide sprayer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So our idea is basically it is basically a UGV, unmanned ground vehicle, which is solar powered, and it is meant to spray pesticides for the farmers in the vineyards or grape fields, or let's say sanitizing in warehouse owners, etc. So what we basically offer is that we say that don't spray yourself, let the robot do it all with you in control. So that since the pesticides cause a lot many health issues when come in contact with the skin, or when they enter the respiratory system of the farmers, or the one controlling it. And in case if we use tractors, they are also kind of noisy, and they are very vibrating, and hence they cause back pains and hearing issues. It is a major problem in India as well, actually. And hence we decided to go with the unmanned version, which is a semi-autonomous one. We offer both remote control and completely autonomous as well. In case of completely autonomous, we will be using image processing as the main tech behind it. And our target market is farmers and warehouse owners. The primary benefits that will give is rescue from the heavy, hectic, and non-economical and dangerous methods of other kinds of kinds of spraying. Yes, ma'am.
Good. We go to Pratiksha Thorat, PCMC problem statement. Pratiksha.
Hello,
Pratiksha.
am I audible?
Yeah. Who's that?
Ma'am, I'm Pratiksha's partner.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay, so basically our idea is to data monitoring using IoT system. Our project should be able to collect data for quality present in the environment. It should automatically create a data set from their data that we are getting. Like if we are talking about the solution, then the government can issue a environment auditing to highly polluting industries. Companies can optimize different part of the operation to save energy, which will reduce the facilities overall emission. Government can create a new pollution audit also for the companies that are polluting gases more than the beyond level. So basically our idea is to safeguard the general public health from pollution. Like the model we provide, associate, economical, as well as our product, as well as prototype is of very low cost. As we all are aware, there are various models out there in the market which can cover a wide range to detect air quality. But since our project is of low cost, like its price range is from 1000 to 1500, so it will cover a short range, but it can cover it can give you the data like what gases are present in atmosphere at what quantity, and the temperature as well as its humidity. It can detect a wider range of physical parameters, including temperature, humidity, and carbon dioxide. These sensors have long life as well as its price is less. The quality of air can be checked indoor as well as outdoor. So the sensors are very easily available, and it's pretty easy to handle. This project just provides a combination of process of sensing several gas levels in the air and also the ambient temperature and humidity, thus sensing the quality of air. Thank you.
Okay. So if we go to Pitch Fest, a few of the people from the Pitch Fest. Ashaya team, are you there? Ashaya team. Right. Ashaya team is not there. Okay. From the Pitch Fest side, Pitch Fest. Ashaya is there. Ashaya, please come. Ashaya team, Pitch Fest.
Yes. Hi, thanks for having us. So we're Ashaya, and I'm the founder of Ashaya. And we're a waste to wealth solution. As you guys know, waste in India is a complex problem, and there are two key aspects of the waste problem in India that are appealing to us. One is that 81% of all waste in India is untreated, and about half of all waste generated in India gets dumped into landfills. At the same time, you have about 1.5 million waste pickers that live very multidimensionally poor lives. So taking this problem into consideration, Ashaya is a social enterprise that wants to increase the value of waste through scientific and technological innovations, and then redistribute this increased value to those stakeholders that are exploited, the waste pickers and the kabadiwalas. We're starting off with plastic waste, and we're converting a low value plastic waste such as multi-layered plastic and polycotton into high quality 3D printing filament that we want to use to print final consumer goods. We've gotten early breakthroughs on separating multi-layered packaging into its constituent layers, which we're very excited about. But we're very early in this game. We just started like 3 or 4 months ago, so we have a lot to figure out, a long way to go. But yeah, and that's what we're trying to solve, and we're really excited about it.
Great. Good. So we have now Abhishek who wants to come in. He's from the plant residue extraction team. He wants to be unmuted, so we can allow Akshay to come in. Abhishek to come in. Akshay, please allow me.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Do you know that Delhi has remained shut down for 2 days in 2019? And the only reason for that is air pollution. Air pollution has reached recorded levels due to farm fires from neighboring states like Punjab and Haryana. And the residue generated from the plant is not going to using they are not using that for the useful product, just burning that in open field. So to solve this problem, we have come up with an innovative solution which will pull out the plant stock along with roots from the soil and convert it into the powder form, which will further will be used for the convert into the useful product. India has generated around 15 million tons of the cotton crop residue in 1 year. So we can see the huge demand of this product. So our innovative is that we are pulling out the cotton stock along with roots, and such system is not currently available in market. And by using this system, we are also removing the stains of the pest from the remaining field. So this is our innovative product, and by using this product, we will giving the financial support to farmers by purchasing their crop residue, and it is our innovative step toward the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. Thank you.
Great. So we have now we're calling in fuel theft detection system. Fuel theft detection system. Yes. Go ahead.
Unmute.
We can't hear you. Fuel theft detection system team, please. We'll come back to you because we're not able to hear you. So we'll come back to you in a little while. When you're ready, just text me your voice, just test your voice. We have the next team from Pimpri-Chinchwad College of Engineering, I2E, modular brick made by SCBA and CND Waste. Are you there? Pimpri-Chinchwad College of Engineering. Modular.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
You want to build your home in a less investment, then use modular bricks and save your construction cost up to 20%. So basically, sugarcane bagasse ash is a waste from industry having cementitious property, and also CND waste. We can also CND waste we can see it is dumped in the open land. So we thought of to combine this both, and the modular brick has invented, and we named it as an ecological brick. So speciality of this brick is it's eco-friendly as it is made by waste products, and its strength is more than the conventional bricks available in the market. It's almost a 15 MPa, which is greater than the IS code even mentioned. And also it is cheaper in cost, only 5 rupees, as other bricks available in the market are of 7 rupees and 8 rupees per brick. And I think it is the best suited product in the Indian market as it's cheaper in cost and greater in strength. Uh, Also, we are targeting the local contractors, those who make green buildings, as it comes under the green material, and also they can get the 5-star rating for using the green material for the building. And we will be presenting our product in Builders Association of India and Pune Research Construction Foundation, where they pivot these ideas to startups. And also we have a patentship for this. Thank you.
Great. So we will now call upon IoT-based farm field monitoring system. IoT-based farm field monitoring system of Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, VIT. Are you there, the team? So this is the last call for this team, IoT-based farm field monitoring system. If you're not there, we go to the next team. Absent, the team is absent.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm from fuel theft detection system.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm audible?
Yeah. Fuel detection system. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I'm from Azimuth Enterprises, and our product is fuel theft detection system. So our motto is your fuel, keep it to yourself. And why fuel theft is a global problem. And we came across this news article that Bhatinda police have confiscated around 32 barrels of petrol, 12 barrels of diesel, and 2 barrels of engine oil in one case. And we came across this problem statement that fuel theft is occurring while transportation of fuel through the fuel tankers. So our problem statement is if the fuel cap is not opened while transportation, then fuel theft will reduce, or it can be avoided. And so we are implementing. So this is our model, and we are implementing a sensor inside the fuel cap itself. So as you can see, we have implemented a laser and a photo register, and when the fuel cap is removed, such that then the circuit will be triggered, and an SMS alert will be sent to the owner of the vehicle, and thus he can be alerted, and he can immediately call the driver or the authority there. And also we are implementing a camera, strategically placed camera, so that the thief can also be identified using this. And our target markets are OEMs of heavy vehicles and fuel tankers. We are also aiming to achieve few of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to conclude by saying that every drop counts. Thank you.
Good. So we go to advanced liquid dispensers for the blinds. Advanced liquid dispenser for the blinds. This is by Dr. D.Y. Patil, Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, we are here. Good morning. So our project is advanced liquid dispenser for the blind, geriatrics, and Parkinson patients. Blindness have been an issue since the beginning of time, and with the various changing in lifestyle, we have been witnessing other geriatric diseases, as well as many Parkinson patients have been detected in the past few years. So to target that, as a pharmacist, and we have visited few nursing homes, we have witnessed the problems that the blind people as well as the Parkinson people face while administering especially liquid medications. So for that, we came up with our liquid dispenser for the blind. It is a fully automated dispenser through which we have sensors from both the sides that detect the presence of the blind person. As soon as it detects the presence of the blind person, a buzzer sound will take place. After that, as we know that every liquid medication should be shaken before use, we have kept agitators, automatic agitators, and then the medication will be dispensed to the patient, and then he has to take it directly. In our project, we are targeting, of course, all age groups, blindness of all age groups, as well as geriatrics that are from the old group and the Parkinson patients. We promote safe administration of the drug, because if a drug is taken in a less quantity, its therapeutic effect will be less. And if it is taken in a huge quantity, then it might result into toxic dose. Apart from that, if we take from the mental health point of view of the patients, we can see that they suffer from dependence, and as we can see that if we can make a person feel independent in their own shell, so that will also, we are also targeting their mental health as well. Plus caretakers can be avoided, like some have special caretakers just to dispense their medication for the patients. So for that also, we will help our customers with that. Not only that, we have a software app installed.
2 minutes are over. 2 minutes are
Okay.
done. So,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we go to now Pitch Fest, one more team which is ready. That is Tasvi, that is hire a photographer. That's the team title of the project. Can we have, I guess it is Rajat, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Rajat.
Yeah, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so what is Tasvi? Tasvi is actually a platform which aggregates all the photographers, not just professional photographers, but local photographers. We are focusing to aggregate all the local photographers of every different kind, like the photo shoot for pre-wedding, which is in trend right now, and the portrait photographs for the models who want to build their portfolio. And the third is the commercial photographers for the product photo shoot, like for a restaurant or a beauty parlor and all. So we mainly focus on aggregating all the photographers on our platform and provide the customers the photographer they need. And we have started to build the whole wireframe also of our website. As you can see, this is the logo of Tasvi. Sorry, I couldn't show you the prototype as I have been connected to my laptop. Sorry for that. And what is the pricing model? The customer will be free of charge on our platform. Just the photographers will have to pay the membership charge, which will be around the 1,000 rupees for 6 months. So the whole revenue, the profit we will get from that will be mainly focused on the development of the website and the app which we are making, which is under the beta construction. So our main focus is to aggregate all the photographers. Like yesterday night, I met a photographer who was also dealing with this problem, who couldn't find the clients, or who couldn't find the main customers he wanted. So this is a problem presently for all the photographers. And the strength we have is like we are the first mover in this field. There is no competitor presently who has a proper website and an app for that. And what is the weakness? Weakness is to register more and more photographers, but we are making it as a, we are also working it to meet face to face and have conferences with all the photographers to make them register on our platform.
2 minutes, I think.
Yeah, ma'am. So thank you.
To say. Okay, so we go to, again, we go back to I2E, Darpan, a reflection of your lifestyle. This is MKSSS's Banu Ben Nanavati College of Architecture for Women. Are you there, Darpan? Team Darpan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we are. Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
So we are at the start of summer, and we can already feel the heat, at this point of moment, and there we actually come in the picture. So basically, our problem statement is use of high carbon footprint materials in the construction industry, and our motto is to provide a comfort to our clients. And the comfort means when it's hot there outside, you feel cool inside your spaces, your home or office spaces, and when it's cold outside, you feel the warmth inside your spaces. So we have come up with a product which is a floor tile, and along with that we have a range of products which are wall finishes and floor finishes, which actually keeps the environment cool inside, or you can say comfortable inside for someone to someone to live. And also, so basically, we are using the range of materials, which are raw materials, which are harvested from nature in its raw form, and we are not going to process them. So this is the reason our products are going to be of low carbon footprint. So we are actually solving both the problems. First is the comfort to the client, which will be given in the form of the product which we are offering them, and second is we are also taking care of the nature because we are not releasing the greenhouse gases by avoiding the number of processes those are done in the industry. And also this product will be available to the users for a very affordable price. We can say it's a premium affordable product, and it will give the beauty and seamless finish which will actually make your space look very unique and different from any other mundane
I
houses.
think you finished your 2 minutes. Now we go, yeah, we've finished your 2 minutes. You have your other data. We will look through that. We'll go to Siddharth Gupta, IoT-based farm field monitoring system. Siddharth.
Yeah, hello, good morning, one and all. My name is Siddharth Gupta. We are presenting IoT-based farm field monitoring system. So the idea is that the system will provide the field monitoring system for the farmers, which can monitor the condition of the soil and the pesticide needed in the farm. And if the water goes above a certain level, then it will store that water in some particular area so they can be used for the further purpose. And all this system is a surveillance system that is monitored by using a camera. And if something goes wrong, then it is IoT based, so it will continuously get alert whenever the farmer gets to know about it. And it is completely remote based system, so farmer can be monitored from anywhere in the world. And it is also cost effective. We are providing this system between 7 to 10,000 that will provide the various version according to the farmer, and this will increase their productivity, and they can easily monitor, and it can save the pesticides, water, and their field work. So all the system is completely autonomous that can be work for the farmer. So this is our product that can help to enhance their productivity of our country's farmers. Thank you.
We go to the next one. 1119. Which West? 1119. Which West? 1119.
Hello, good morning all. Sujit here from Transfigure Technologies Private Limited. Idea is about related to lost and found. Suppose you are traveling from location A to B and you come to know that you lost something. What you have to do? You have to come back for lost item, search it. If it is found, it is okay. If you didn't find it, you have to buy a new one, which is waste your money and time. Okay, that also indirectly impact your further plan or process. So what we are doing here, we are planning to build a centralized system where users can put their report over there, search it and claim it. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Great. So we've had 1119. Now we will go back to I2E. Technology enabled water governance and accounting for enhanced climate resilient agriculture. KK Wag, I don't know whether you're there, Nasik.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are there.
Great. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rishabh from Team Ekatwam, and we are working to solve and optimize and conserve one of the most precious resource, that is water. We all are aware about the looming water crisis in our country, and that there's an increasing gap between the supply and demand. And we believe that we have an effective solution that can bridge this gap, that is named as MEDAS. In the age of farmer-centric solution like precision agriculture, we often fail to realize that water being a shared resource, it needs to be managed together. And there we see that very few village community are actually coming together to manage water. But there are various initiatives led by CSR and NGOs and government that are helping the village community to manage water, but they're not sustainable in nature. And one of the main reasons behind that is that the information and decision making is highly centralized in nature. And that is where we come into place, wherein we have a solution that can enable and strengthen such initiative to impact the various village community and to create a culture of community participation in water management. MIDAS is a multi-stakeholder water governance platform that enables data collection using remote sensing technology. We then convert this data into analytics and provide simulation maps and graphs for various stakeholders to view. And then we provide village-specific advisories to enable a bottom-up planning process. We have two kinds of dashboard, wherein we have a web dashboard for the authorities to view and take decisions, and we have the mobile dashboard for the village community to know the status of water availability in their village. Our market strategy is a B2B and B2G, wherein we target the B2B market by targeting NGOs and CSRs, and we target the B2G by targeting the various initiatives around water like Jal Jeevan Mission, Atal Bhujal Yojana, etc. Our entire model is SaaS-based model. Therefore, we look at a SaaS-based pricing, wherein we have a license-based cost every year that we take from our customers, which are NGO, CSR, and government initiative. And also, we add certain value-added services that is based which is costed on a value-added costing. We have currently piloted a solution along with various stakeholders, and we have a prototype ready, which we plan to grow it and scale it to various other villages and impact and create a culture of water management in the village community. Thank you for giving us the time, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, I guess we are almost reaching towards the end of this pitch round. We will have time for just one more to come in. If manufacturing of paper using aquatic weed, this is SSP Mandal's Chandmal Tarachand Bora College, Shirur. Are you there? Yes, please go ahead. Last one, and the rest will take in the
yes,
next round.
I'm
Yes,
audible, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good
Yes,
morning, ma'am. I'm Pratiksha Jadhav. Our project title is Manufacturing of Paper Using Aquatic Weed, Ecornia crassif, Mars. So our problem statement is deforestation due to paper manufacturing. Paper manufacturing use many trees, like approximately 80,000 to 160,000 trees cut down daily worldwide, according to Global Forest Resource Assessment. And the another problem is water pollution. So the idea is manufacturing of paper using aquatic weed, Ecornia. Why Ecornia is used? Because Ecornia is the free-floating aquatic weed. It is fast-growing and pollution indicator. It can be cultivated from polluted water, or it can be cultivated in wastewater. So it can provide pollution-free and recyclable or biodegradable non-woody paper to the society. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So we come to the end of this session. We still have more to go. And I guess we will be doing the rest of you between 3 to 3:30. That's the time span. Rest of you will have to come online. And those who would be in the university can do the pitch here directly on the stage where I'm sitting. We go to the next panel discussion. Let me tell you all the participants here that the panel discussions since yesterday, the keynote speakers that we have called are all meant for everyone in the ecosystem. More number of questions from your end help us understand your seriousness on the startups. So please post in as many questions as possible for us to understand where you stand and how do you gain from this particular InnoFest Summit. Your questions are welcome on the chat box. You can send in the questions to us if you are directly on the on our YouTube channel. We are happy to look at all your questions. So we go to the next panel. This panel is a very interesting and a very important panel. And I'm sure everyone who gets into startup ecosystem, there's only one question that I've had in the incubation center as well. That one question that ponders everyone and haunts everyone is, will I get money for my startup? Anyone who comes to my office, the first question is, Madam, will I get the seed money? How much money can the incubation center give me? So let me tell you, things have changed quite a bit post-pandemic. Investors are also scouting for right kind of startups. They're looking for startups that have, I'm sure yesterday we have heard a lot of speakers say that innovation is the key. There are many other factors that need to be looked into. Investors today are looking at offbeat areas. There have been investments that have come into areas of which were unknown last year, generally and specifically speaking. Insurance tech is a new area which has come up. Medical entertainment tech is another area which has come up. Healthcare and health tech, telemedicines. These are the new emerging areas which one had not estimated some time back. But suddenly they're taking front seat. We've seen yesterday, I did make a mention of the fact that the biggest bidder in this particular case has been EduTech, with Byju's taking a big pie this year and making big news. I was very shocked and surprised to see his name also appear in the top 10 wealthy Indians. So that's been the trajectory and the growth of startups that we've just seen in front of our eyes. So we have this beautiful panel today where we have Saurabh Lahoti, who is the managing partner, and I'm sure this is the first fund that came into Pune city and has been the talk of the town for quite some time. A very, very young, vibrant Saurabh that we have with us today. We have Sudhanshu Srivastava. Sudhanshu is an advisor on VC funds, and he will be speaking to us from the perspective of his advice on what's really happening in the space. We have a third panelist with us, who is Vivek. Vivek Sadare is the founder of Legal Logic, happens to be an advisor to the university system, and we're very fortunate that he has just been inducted as the member on our research board from the IP side and a nominee from governor to the university. Vivek is with us. And this whole panel will be moderated by CA Prajakta Shetty Dev. She's partnered with Positive Capital Advisors, and she will be moderating this panel. Prajakta, you have 1 full hour with you, and just lead the panel the way you want.
Right.
All up to you, Prajakta.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Dr. Palkar, for this opportunity and for putting up such a rich panel is what I would say. So it is up to the participants now to take full benefit of the panel that we have with us here today. Of course, I'll be leading them through some questions, but more questions are invited from the participants on the chat box so that we can make this as interactive as possible. So yes, the topic for the session is the investor perspective. especially post-pandemic. Now, I was just looking at some data, and I realized that even in 2020, even though we were talking about the pandemic as such, we have, just to get some quick numbers in, there has been 9.3 USD billion, which has been invested in startups in India through 1,088 rounds. Now, of course, we have heard about Byju's, White Hat Junior, Zomato, and all the big ones. But these big ones, 100 million plus deals, were only 24. About 80% of the deals have been in seed and pre-series A rounds, which means that even everyone has been getting money. It's not that only the big ones who have been getting away with all the money in the last year. So before we go into what has actually changed, I would like to start this discussion, open this discussion to all three of our esteemed panelists with what actually has not changed. What actually is it that as investors, you look in founders or in the idea which does not change, come pandemic or not? Because that would give an insight to the audience in what is it that they should keep doing irrespective of the circumstances. Over to you, Sudhanshuji.
Actually, if you are okay, Projecta, this is something I would have Saurabh comment on, because he probably goes through about 300 deals before he evaluates and selects one of them. And I will obviously chime in once he adds something. And I believe that there's certain hygiene and discipline and thesis of every fund. And he can talk about some of the common ones. I think he'll be able to add more value to this question.
Great. Sure. Saurabh, would you like to come in?
Yes, absolutely. And thanks to Anshu for putting me on spot on this one. But no, happy to respond. I think what you have asked is quite interesting and relevant. See, fundamentally, investors have continued to bet on great founders with great vision and great execution rigor. I think that hasn't changed. And that is very unlikely to change in future, whether pandemic or not, right? I think investors really love founders who are passionate about a problem statement of the customer and doing everything to solve their customers' problem, whether they are consumer-centric problems or whether they are a business-centric problem. That really hasn't changed. So like in real estate, people say that it's all about location. In venture capital, it's all about team. So I think all conversation starts with team. People who are coming with certain experience, certain background, who have delivered certain kind of skill set where they have either scaled a venture or have been part of a corporate where they have built a business, or they bring certain expertise to the table, which is very relevant for the business. But said that is not a qualifying criteria. Investors also back very young founders who come with possibly no experience at all, but they are able to showcase that they have great hustling skills. They can do more than what a seasoned professional with 10 to 20 years of experience can do. I think they can do more within a short period of time, within very limited resources, and they have done that, right? I mean, we see young guys coming from college, from their first year itself, they have been kind of tinkering with technologies, tinkering with new ideas, started building new concepts, new ideas. I think this is what kind of investors really love. So I think that is one piece. The other piece is also kind of a well-rounded team. It is not the case that investors only back companies with have multiple founders, but it really helps, right? I think when you are starting a journey, you might have certain skill set. You could be a technology founder, or you could be someone who understands sales and marketing, or you could be someone who understands operations. Try to build a good team around it. I think that's very, very important, building a team, and make sure that you are able to attract your friends, colleagues, co-workers from different areas, and try to sell that vision to them and see if you could build a very, very strong team around it. So I think that is, to me, is a very starting point. The second piece is that once you have a team, I think you need to make sure that you are solving someone's problem, right? I think that is a important point of starting a business. It's not about kind of people use and abuse this word of platform, that I'm going to build a platform, but what is the purpose of a platform and whose problem you're solving through that platform?
Right.
Try to stay away from these jargons and make sure that you understand your customer and solving someone's problem. I think if you have these two ingredients in place, I think you have a great start. I think then it's all about execution. But I think if you are looking to raise capital, in my mind, I think that is a very good start. A lot of things that we talked about, but I think that is something that I personally really value.
Yeah, great. Really some important points in terms of being a hustler to begin with, having a good team, and then of course a problem to solve. So basically when you're talking about, having the team, or about the platform, the technology that you're putting in, I would like Vivek also to come in here with what are hygiene factors that a startup needs to look at, that the founders need to look at before they are going in for an investment round.
Yeah, thanks, Prajakta, and thanks everyone. Good afternoon. Absolutely pleasure. This is the third year in running. So, Palkar Madam, congratulations for what you set it up for. Many things start, but they stop, but this continues. So, congratulations. The Prajakta, to your question, I think the hygiene is extremely important. And let me, and without being a general comment, if we look at where exactly is the money and where exactly is the excitement and the success is in the US. And what is the reason why many of these companies in a year or two become unicorns, get funding, which is, someone was talking to me very senior yesterday, connected with Ty and everyone. And he was saying that, look, the 50 mil rounds are so regular and so many of them you hear. But here in India, when we have a 50 million, it's like a celebration. It's like a big deal, which it is. And the reason is because the hygiene is neglected many a times. And when there's a Swachh Bharat movement that is announced for a country like India, we find surprising, but it's an important one. And it's in a similar way. When people come to us and when we are advising them, we are very clear about certain things that we want our clients to look at. And what are those? Those are very clearly, first of all, take right advice. That's the first hygiene as you start. Remember, everything comes with a particular cost. If you don't pay it at the right time, you will pay much more when it comes to an investment round, when it comes to a strategic discussion, and so on and so forth. So I think you are talking to the right set of people is extremely important. And Anshu, when he speaks, he will talk about his philosophy when he engages with companies, and he's been advising a lot of them. It is people like Anshu who you would want to get to in the right perspective, who can take you to the next level. And it is not about paying money to them, but selecting the right person. That to me is the first factor that comes to my mind. The second thing that comes to my mind is there is a lot of fluff that is on the internet. There's a lot of fluff. And people, when you go to a doctor, many of the doctors say that if you're going to do a Google and come to me, don't come to me. And it's a similar thing that we also tell, is that if you have a preconceived notion, while you've done some search, which may be stale, which may be biased, which may not be accurate. So I think there's a lot of fluff. Don't get into those things. Get to the right advisors who will advise you. Third thing is, if you're a co-founder, make sure when you're incorporating any entity, you are putting a co-founder agreement together. More than setting up of co-founder agreements, we end up as a law firm solving the problems between the founders. And what happens is you burn the bridges, you're not able to see eye to eye, the product dies, there is no intellectual property that remains, and it's a loss to everyone. Our advice is start with a co-founder agreement, put your house in order first, and then start the whole thing. Fourth important thing is don't neglect compliances, don't neglect your accounting. because the hygiene factors is the first thing that comes to the fore when any investor looks at you. Before even they reach out to you, they have done their diligence in the public domain. And today, every time that you operate, you are creating footprints on there's electronic footprint that you create and you can't erase them. And to that extent, you must make sure that you're completely compliant with the law of the land. Hire a good accountant. He will make sure that your books of accounts are clear. So those are few things, Prajakta, that come to my mind as we advise anyone who's yet to be born as a venture or is just born as a venture.
Right. No, great. That this is very helpful. And coming from you and Legal Logic, which has been in the league tables, the top league tables for so many years together now. I think each of your words have to be really written down by the people here and followed to the T. So
can I add something to what
yes, sure,
Vivek and Saurabh said? So one of the first questions which you asked was around what has not changed from a VC lens or investor lens. And I think so what investor or a VC fund or a PE fund looks at is different based on the stage of the company. So in the early stages, there's really not much of revenues. They may just have, somebody may just have an idea or a product or may have some revenues. So even the VCs don't have much to go by. Okay, so some of the things they looked at is, have the founders thought that, is this a sustainable business? What that mean is, somebody built something during the COVID era, and once COVID goes away, will this business survive? Does this have scale? Because there's nothing wrong with somebody opening up a small kirana store and having 10 of them. But that is not typically a venture funded business. A venture capitalist, they want to look that something can go to 100 million or $1 billion. Okay, they look at big businesses. A third, they look at obviously the capability of founders. Have they done this before? And they have a number of conversations with them before they even make a decision. And lastly is what they feel. And this goes a lot by talking to potential customers where they might sell to, and potential references of those founders to figure out what is their DNA. Do they have the DNA? Because being a founder is probably of a startup, early stage startup is probably the toughest or one of the toughest jobs in the world. So they look at the ability to execute. Now, this is in the early stage. As you go to the later stages, a lot of these things are already proven. So let's say you're gone to a series B or a larger round, these are already proven. Then you are looking more into what are the economics of the business, how bigger it can go, and so on and so forth. So that was one thing which I wanted to mention about. And since a lot of our audience is probably a lot of the early stage founders, and some of them also have not founded, maybe thinking, have ideas. The most important thing, according to you, is to have found the right partner. If you, and let me tell you, it is more important for you to spend a lot more time in finding the right partner for your business than finding the right partner for your life. Okay, because the ramifications of a startup where you do not get along with your founder, where you probably are spending 15 hours a day and only spending 4 or 5 hours with your spouse, this is huge. So I would say that it's very, very important to do that.
Great.
Thanks.
That's insightful. So again, coming, like you said, since most of the people here are early stage or seed stage, or we also have idea stage startups here. So can only an idea get a fund? Get funding from investors, or how much is the money in the bank that they need to have? What is the kind of resources they need to have before, and what is the stage they need to reach before they can think and go for funding? This question is for both you and Saurabh.
Yeah.
Okay. Saurabh, you want to go first, or?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I think indeed it is a pertinent question, and it does comes to everyone's minds when you are just starting the journey, that whether I would be able to raise capital, and when I'm just beginning, how I would be able to raise capital, would VCs or investors be interested in this? And particularly, as you said, most of the audience here are kind of in that journey. See, I think there are 2 or 3 aspects around it. First aspect is for sure, it is hard for sure, right? Because in some sense you have kind of in your venture you have 3 kind of stages in your business at a very, very top level. When you are starting, when you have a team and you have an idea in mind, right? At that point of time, investors are taking several risks. They don't know what your product would look like. Would that product would have some technical challenges in terms of implementation? Would you be able to execute the building of the product? Would that product be valued in the market? Would someone be willing to pay for that market? Would you be able to scale that product or not? So all these questions are very much unanswered right now, right? So investors are taking a lot of those risks at that point of time. Your next milestone is that when you build a product and you might have some pilots going on, you might have some early revenues, or you might be some pre-revenue. That's when your product risk is a little bit reduced. Investors can see and feel what your product is look like. So as you keep on kind of progressing, you are de-risking your investors. For that, you as an entrepreneur could demand a higher valuation from investors, and you can attract higher investors. So for sure, I think as you move forward in the journey, your ability to raise capital eases. But said that, it doesn't mean that the answer is no for that, right? We see a lot of founders who are at an idea stage are able to raise capital and are able to attract kind of angel investors or pre-seed investors, right, or through VCs and so on and so forth, right? But said that, I think I would really encourage not to use that as a milestone to start your venture.
Exactly.
I think if you want to start a business and say that once I raise capital, I will take the next step, I think that is what would one is that it actually shows that your commitment to the venture, right? I would put it a little bit bluntly that you have to get going. You don't have to depend on a third party like an investor to bet on you first and then you venture, right? I think what external community, including investors, is looking for a signal that are you committed to your venture? Are you willing to take the plunge to make sure to keep it going? And along the way, you would have people backing you, including your VCs as well. So don't make it as a kind of a point where until I get the money, I won't start, right? You have to get going with your venture, and somewhere along the way, VCs might back you, which also means that it's very important that you plan your venture, right? I think you don't have to say that, hey, I have an exciting idea, I'm so excited about it, and you start doing it, right? You also have to plan a little bit your finances well, right? I think, and sometimes you lot of founders neglect it because they kind of get excited with the view that there is so much funding that is available, and there's some I would get funding, right? I think there's a bit of a overconfidence bias that is there, that they might get funding, and they might very well, right? I don't mean to say that founders may not be able to raise capital, but you need to plan. You need to make sure that you have 12 to 18 months to 24 months of cash flows with yourself to make sure you are able to sustain yourself for next 18 to 24 months. But if you might get funding early, great. I think you might welcome it and you might onboard that partner. But at least you are not dependent on it. At least you are not at the mercy of that investor who might negotiate terms which you may not appreciate, or might arm twist you because they can see that your survival depends on them, right? So plan your finances really well, bootstrap, maybe find some consulting gigs, maybe take up a job, right? I think there is nothing wrong with building your product while you are working somewhere, right? I think you need to make sure your business goes, right? And it could be very well part of your strategy that you start working somewhere, but you burn a lot of midnight fuel to keep your venture going on.
And that will show the hustling capacity of the founder, like you said. So even Sudhanshu, since you have been advising on both sides and seen through a lot of deals, what would be your opinion on the financial status or the financial comfort?
Yeah. So I will continue a little bit on from what Saurabh has said, is that contrary to all these stories you see on the media, on your story, on LinkedIn, that 30 funded companies got funded last week, India is on a roll, we had the best quarter of funding, all these VCs are coming in. It's not an easy task to get funding. It's a very difficult task. It takes a lot of time and effort. And if you ask any VC, because I'm a LP in VC funds, I don't do angel investments, but I talk to VCs every week and I talk to startups every week. And it is very easy to get swayed, and especially in the early stages, that it will be easy to get funding. It does not. It's not at all easy. One take at least go through at least 250, 300 pitch decks, and maybe they'll decide on one company to fund. Now, typically at idea stage, this is what happens. And with a lot of people, 3 friends get together, they're doing engineering together, they're studying together, they're hanging out, spend a couple of weekends, they decide, oh, wow, this is a great problem to solve. And immediately they want to build out the best product, launch it, and they feel that they'll be able to get funding and so on and so forth. So I would say, yes, that is how original ideas start off. Yes. But at that point, you talk. So let's say you are building a product which is targeted towards stores or targeted to educational institutions or towards the logistics, say truckers. At that side, you sit down, you talk to 10, 20, 30, 40 of these potential clients and get an idea that is this something, like you may think so it is the greatest idea and they may not think so. That's number one.
Right.
2, when you talk to them and you get an idea that it is, yes, they think so it's a great idea. You may think so they'll be ready to pay like $1,000, $100 a month for that. They may think so they can't. So not only is the question of what you're building for whom, can they afford to pay for it? Thirdly, you also need to go and talk to some of the peers in the industry, some of your friends and family or probably people more senior to you, and ask for an audience. And people are very gracious. They will spend time with you and they will immediately point holes in your story or what the problems are. Once you have done all these things, then you actually make a call whether you want to go ahead and build out a product. Again, a lot of founders, what they do is they start from zero and they will want to build the perfect product platform in the world. They want to go from point A to point C. And what I tell them is that don't go from point A to point C, go from point A to point B, show it. And that is the concept of, you talk about a POC or an MVP. Right. You show it to potential clients, get their feedback, and then do it. But it's very easy for a product or a platform to get bloated and it becomes more difficult to roll back. And lastly, it's very important that you need to have the infrastructure support to take it to that initial stage, which is whether it's a POC or an MVP. Right. Okay. And for that, you need to have some funds available or some grants available. And you have got Nidhi Aayog, you've got, grants from the government. They are not easy. Again, these are not easy. It takes time. There are incubators and accelerators where you could join, which can provide you support to get to a POC or MVP. And the last point I want to make is that, when people talk about an idea getting funded, it depends on the idea. Today, if I rewind back, say 20 years back or 15 years back, and I had an idea to build a WhatsApp, okay, the possibility of that getting funded is phenomenally higher as compared to today. I come up with an idea, I want to build a WhatsApp. So the context and the time period and what problem. Are you the only one who's trying to solve the problem? Or are there 10 other people who are already solving the problem? So if there are 10 others, that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. If you're solving it is in a cheaper way, more effective way, or addressing a different audience, yes. But in that case, it may be difficult for you to get funded at the idea stage. You may have it launch it, have some customers adopt it, be ready to pay for it before you may be able to get funded.
Right, right. No, very, very relevant points, especially on the, part where, we have to get the external validation in the form of customers or friends, family, mentors, like you said. Now, when Saurabh and Sudhanshu have been talking about, the number of months of funds that you need to have, the runway you need to have, what are the actual timelines we are usually looking at for a startup to get funded pre-COVID and post-COVID is what I would like to ask Vivek, because he's been seeing a lot of deals from the legal side happening through. And yes, Vivek, would you like to come in here?
So, Prajakta, my view is that it's case dependent. Obviously, each company is different, each investor is different, each situation is different. Having said that, I think the investors post COVID are taking little more time in terms of doing their diligence. Remember, the number of companies that got incorporated and number of startups during the COVID times, and the LinkedIn threw some data in terms of number of people using co-founder, founder as designation has shot up really high, which means that there's a lot of chase for money, and which also means that demand and supply comes into play. Obviously, the stock market is running at the peak, and therefore, the angel investors who are HNIs, family offices, and what have you, they are all they have options at this point in time to make, for want of better word, easy money without risking their capital. But having said that, as you mentioned, there are deals that have happened, small little to large one, and each of them have taken their own sweet time. But remember, when it's a fresh deal, when you have had little experience to show, and you are coming into the market with an idea which is at a POC stage or at a very nascent stage, the diligence obviously, and the diligence is not about the paperwork, but on the business side, as Sudhanshu said, with the customer, with the vendor, with the ecosystem, is very high. So the timelines have increased for sure. And when we say timelines have increased, it also means that the chances and the probability of you landing up with funding also, the probability has possibly reduced to a certain extent. Having said that, the good ideas do continue to attract capital, and that's pretty visible in terms of the numbers that you mentioned. Having two, three things from my perspective. One is, how do you cut this timeline? Okay, let's try and understand as to are there any ways in terms of cutting these timelines, be it now at an early stage or at a later stage. Is again goes back to your hygiene. How well prepared are you, and how well prepared you always are? When I used to be at Persistent working, and we are bringing in the same philosophy, is that we used to be always ready for any eventual potential transaction. Okay, be it an IPO, and that was a stated goal by Anand that we will go and do an IPO on the Indian stock exchanges, and we were always prepared, and we succeeded third time. We keep telling this to our clients that be prepared all the time, so that when the opportunity strikes, the paperwork, which can be daunting and which could take you back after you've done the real hard work of convincing that you are worthy enough as an idea, as a founder, to get investment, you essentially then don't get dragged because of the paperwork and the rest of it. So remember that the back things can be worked out in a manner that when there is a real opportunity that strikes, you are able to, effectively cut that down. That is in your hand completely. So make sure that you are fully prepared on that. Second is that, when you prepare your deck, or when you prepare your business plan, or let me step back. When you are approaching an investor, remember that there are basic things that he would expect. He would expect a deck, he would expect a business plan, he would expect certain things to be clearly visible to him. Once he looks at it, then only you are invited to the party in terms of a conversation and discussion. Now, if you go without those preparations, obviously your timeline is going to increase. Now, some of these things is important for you to understand as to what is the process that the investors follow. What is it that is the bare minimum? Anyways, whether you are from an IIT, whether you have a super idea, whether you are, second generation and whatnot, it's very clear to me that, you are looking at a situation where if you are well prepared, you will cut down the time. Rest, obviously, the market dictates, situation dictates. You might be lucky that you are cutting down the time because of the factors which are unknown. But in the post-COVID time, Prajakta, our observation is that there is increase in timeline. You are looking at least one additional month of investment of time.
Right. So the startups need to be prepared in terms of the funds availability, also with respect to this, extended time that they are going to require to raise their funds. Now, when you talked about, the market dictates, or, the market is, looking at some specific things. So many a times we hear about flavor of the season from the investor perspective, or last year we saw a lot of deals happening in ed tech, in health tech, kind of areas. So I would like to ask Sudhanshu and Saurabh, is there any flavor of the season, or is there any certain market trend which is there right now, or you see happening in the next year or two, where startups should focus on?
So I want to add something else what Vivek said, which may be relevant to the startups, is that and this is just a rule of thumb. Okay, normally when you're looking for raising, you can expect anywhere between 3 to 6 months for the process to take place.
Right.
And when you are raising, you normally raise for probably 18 months. Okay.
Okay.
Could be 18 to 24 months, number one. Having said that, this is for businesses like a business to B2B businesses or so on and so forth.
Right.
But then certain businesses are like direct to consumer businesses. For example, let's say it's a paper board or a Bombay shaving company or so on and so forth. So a lot of these other businesses like to spend a lot of money. They want to get to the pole position, the number one position. Whether it's a number one, Flipkart is maybe the number one, or, so they're competing others. So they spend a lot of money to get to the top position. So these other businesses could potentially be raising every 6 to 12 months. Okay. So you have to keep that context in perspective when you're talking about it. And the third thing is, in really early stage, when you are talking about probably an idea stage, or you have built some version of the product. And at that time, if you are raising funds, maybe less than a crore, maybe 25 lakhs to a crore kind of a window. Right. In those kind of times, you are trying to just have funds to get to the next goal post, which may be either going from a zero product to a POC or a MVP, or from a product to early revenues, which may take anywhere between 9 to 12 months and do another round.
Right.
Okay.
Very relevant. So, you have that immediate goal on mind and fund it. Don't look, way beyond the horizon. That will make your funding attractiveness better. Right?
True.
And Saurabh, would you like to talk on the flavor of the season, or what you see coming in, or what interests you currently?
Yeah.
So all of the panelists smiling here.
Yeah, I think a couple of aspects here. First aspect is that I would say any good investor would not be betting on kind of flavor of the months or fads or very short-term opportunities, right? They are investing for long-term, and they are investing for 4 to 8 years horizon. So they are trying to kind of do a crystal ball gazing and trying to figure out that what the world would look like 4 to 6 years or 4 to 8 years down the line. And the investing that the opportunity that we are investing in today would be able to capitalize on how the world would look like down the line, and they would be able to benefit of that. I think even if you think from this COVID perspective, no one said that hey, because COVID, there is a immediate short-term opportunity that has arrived because people in short-term, students are not coming to college, and because of we are investing in edtech. The thesis was not that. The thesis was that kind of investors who betted largely on edtech was that it's going to be the new normal, right? I mean, they might go wrong with their thesis, but their thesis was that they are betting on the new normal where more and more students would be kind of okay to leverage digital learning as a platform. More and more employees would be working from home, or a certain sector of employees would be working from home, or would be kind of operating in a distributed team, right? So the thesis is always kind of from the long-term perspective rather than the short-term perspective. So I think entrepreneurs who are trying to build business, I think they should not get into the bandwagon of a short-term opportunity. I think there is a difference between a trader and an entrepreneur, right? A trader operate on a short-term opportunities, and entrepreneur operate on long-term opportunities. So I think you could be someone as a trader and you could get huge value out of leveraging a short-term opportunity, but that may not be sustainable and that cannot be repeatable in some sense, right? That is one. I think you earlier asked this point on this aspect of kind of market forces and shift in market forces and things like that. See, I think whether COVID or not COVID, I think an entrepreneur need to be agile enough to figure out that, hey, there is some market force which has changed the landscape, and they are agile enough to adapt to those changes and change their business model. I think, I mean, just in pandemic phase, you might have seen and noted a couple of success stories that people started with a business, COVID hit and it disrupted their business model. They quickly kind of pivoted and kind of change their business model with the new normal, and kind of were able to capitalize on that. So I think it's all about agility. There is, if an entrepreneur is going to run a business for next 6 to 10 years, there is definitely going to be 2 or 3 such kind of disrupting changes that would happen in the market. And you need to make sure that you are agile enough to adopt to that, right? I think every business goes through such disruptions, fundamentally change their business model, and the entrepreneurs who adopt to that would eventually come out as a winner.
Right, right. And yes, one question what, all the startups would be eager to find an answer to is how can you reach the investors? How can you get their eyes and, their attention? Now, of course, with the COVID and, work from home and a lot of changes in the way we are working, digital platforms have also become a source. So I would like to ask on that, all three of you, as to, how do you think, would you like to have a LinkedIn or, any such kind of a conversation to start with, or would you prefer introductions through your funded founders? What is it that from an investor perspective you would look for?
So I'm going to answer this question, and Saurabh can say whether this was a good answer or not. Okay.
Right.
Okay. We'll sit on the both sides of the equation, and Vivek, you can moderate or mediate in between. Okay. So I do want to take that earlier question because I have a slightly elaborate response on that, but I'll answer this one quickly. Today, the VCs and everyone, they get tons of emails, they get tons of messages, and I think that it's very tough for them to respond to each and every one. It just, humanly it becomes a challenge. So they have to use their best judgment. So as a founder, you want to start investing and building in your network from day zero. Day zero means you don't even have a product. Today you are studying, you're studying in a college or whatever, you want to start building in your network. And I would say dedicate a certain part of your time towards building that network. This is primarily on a couple of things. One is obviously LinkedIn. Secondly, I sort of had a discussion going on. Clubhouse is now coming up in a big way, where a lot of people have engaging discussions. So bottom line is that when let's say you're planning to engage with VCs, you need to start very much in the future, start following that, start commenting on them. And these need to be logical. These not really, yeah, great show, congratulations. No, it has to be thought out stuff. And then there are a lot of events which happen. Luckily, Pune, the number of physical as well as earlier physical and now online events around the startup ecosystem has significantly accelerated over the last 5 years.
Right.
So you need to start participating in them. So this is, and then you start connecting to the VCs and all. So this is how one mode is there, which is going to be, has to be a part of your DNA, where you're always connecting, always talking, always mentioning. The second thing is definitely go ahead and try to, and now let's say you're trying to raise a round or something and you want to talk to a VC, definitely try to explore through your connects. You can get a warm introduction to them. And thirdly, even if you don't, VCs also realize that, okay, you have a good idea. So you don't write a 10-pager email or 50, 30-page slide deck, you send it to them. You have some crisp summary and you send them a small lines, so small brief, but make sure you follow up with them. You know, VCs would also like, I also would like to see the persistence of somebody who wants to reach out to me. So you don't hesitate to following up and saying that, hey, I hope it didn't go to spam, or sending a LinkedIn message. You have different mediums to approach out to them.
Yeah.
Saurabh, please comment.
Yeah, I think in general, I would say VCs are very approachable, and by nature of business they are in, they need to be approachable so that entrepreneurs could reach out to them, start having a dialogue in terms of how they could work together, because fundamentally that is what they do day in, day out, speaking with entrepreneurs, finding right opportunity to work with. Said that, I think there is always a flavor of getting a connect through a referenced channel versus kind of cold calling VCs. Because VCs land up working with so many entrepreneurs and day in, day out, we get so many founders approaching us. We'll end up prioritizing, deprioritizing at our end, and because just the sheer volume of the opportunities that comes to our desk. So I think it's always a good idea to find a good reference way to get connected with a VC, right? The other thing which I think is very, very powerful is that particularly when you are at a very early stage, you are kind of maybe a first-time founder, you don't have huge amount of experience, or you don't have huge amount of network. Start be part of a incubator and accelerator. I think incubator accelerators, they themselves have the network. They keep on doing demo days. A lot of VCs also kind of approach these incubators, accelerators to find opportunities to work together and all. So I think best way is to be part of that a program or an incubator program, so that you get access to a lot of networks, not just VC networks, right? I think you could possibly find a co-founder through that network. You could possibly find customers through that network. You could find service providers through that network. So I think when you are early in the journey, there is a value of being part of that incubator. There is also a lot of so many different people who are working as a part of the program. So there is a lot of cross-pollination that happens. You can learn so much from different founders, what is working for them, what is not working for them, because there are so many pieces that you have to put together to make your venture success, right? I think you have to go through a really crazy amount of learning curve. And for that, if you one is that you do that learning by making mistakes, and there is nothing wrong with that, but it will just elongate the process. But why to reinvent the wheel and learn from people who have done that part of the journey. We also get, I think the other way is to bring kind of associate with a good advisor mentor, who themselves have their own network. So figure out where your strengths and weaknesses are, and see if you are not able to fill that skill set through a founder or a management team. Bring an advisor, try to see how you make sure you fill that gap some or other way in general.
Right. That's great. That's really insightful. So even from Vivek's side, I would like to have his opinion on, this flavor of the season, or, like I know even Sudhanshu wants to come in. So, we'll quickly get your comments, Vivek, and then have Sudhanshu also talk on it.
No, I think let Sudhanshu address that. People will benefit more from his comment. Sudhanshu.
No, I think so. This point has been well covered. I actually wanted to cover, the flavor of the month or the flavor of the year question.
Yes.
Which is little bit, which I think so may may help a lot of first-time founders and early stage founders who are thinking of doing something. So I will actually ask folks if they have a second, note this down. There was a podcast by Mohandas Pai with Prime Venture Partners. I would ask you to write it down and hear that podcast. So I am extremely bullish around the startup ecosystem in India, that the next decade is going to be the decade where potentially the Indian startup ecosystem and venture capital will grow the fastest in the world. So as a pace of growth, it will be the fastest. US is a very mature ecosystem where they have a lot of funds and they have a lot of money, but at the pace of growth is going to be fast, really fast out here. Now, why do I think so? There's a bunch of things which have happened. One is that the number of internet consumers, which is over 500 million because of the geo effect, this has led to a tremendous amount of opportunities. With over 75 million SMEs out there, I believe that the number of vertical SaaS companies will be created. Number two is there's going to be a significant amount of OTT or online, whether it's media, whether it's gaming, whether it is, cricket fantasy. There's many players and many success, online short video content. So a lot of success, a lot of huge companies would be created in that space and are already being created. The China effect, where China was eliminated from a lot of removing their apps, and China also caused a disruption in this this COVID era, where people and countries realized that yes, they got stuff cheaper from China, but it was the cost of disruption to countries is huge. So now, even though things may be more expensive from sourcing other countries like India, I believe there's going to be a tremendous amount of move of manufacturing from the other countries to India.
Right.
Next is what the UID framework and Aadhaar did for the literal explosion for the fintech in India, the NDHM, the National Digital Health Mission, and that will also do a similar thing for health tech in India. There will be, where there'll be a tremendous amount of companies which will plug and play into this framework, and they can build a lot of fantastic companies. Now, COVID led to tailwinds for not only edtech and health tech, but also a lot of direct-to-consumer brands. So what that means is that a lot of what we call as the digitally native brands, like a Beardo, a Let's Shave, a Paperboard, so on and so forth. Earlier, you had to be on the shelves, but now people had no choices. And then the Generation Z, which came in, which is very open to experimenting. So this will lead to a lot of brands like the Bombay Shirt Company, all these companies, which will lead to a lot of consumer brands being created out here.
Right.
And one of the last thing, and this is really close to my heart, I am a huge proponent of SaaS. And unlike a lot of the traditional VCs believe that you build SaaS in India and sell outside India. I am a firm believer that you can build and monetize by building SaaS for India also. And you don't need to replicate that success across the developed countries. You can also replicate it in Southeast Asia. And why SaaS is because there was a rapid adoption of SaaS. I mean, because of this, work from home, COVID, whatever, all that happened. But India, this huge 25, 30 years of BPO experience, which we have, where all the call centers around the world, or the top companies of the world are in India, India has a huge experience, domain experience in customer success, which is such an important part of SaaS. And I believe that this will lead to a tremendous amount of, that is one of the key parts of SaaS, and we have enough talent out here to support this.
Right.
Sorry, that was a long monologue, but
no, but
some of my thoughts around this.
No, even though long, I think it was like, very relevant, and it was as if you were laying down the runway, with those lighting, so that you startups get that ready runway to land on, is what I would say. So yeah, you don't know how time passes when you're having fun. And with this really insightful, deep discussions, we are towards the close of our 1 hour. And definitely this is going to give some food of thought to all the startups who are going to go into lunch session now. But I would like all of you, the three of you, to quickly come in with your 1 or 2 quick takeaways that you would like to give to the startups who are here and also listening live on YouTube.
So, Prajakta, let me go first. I wanted to make two important points for everyone to note is that I think, when you get into any investment cycle and when the documentation and everything starts, one, you are exhausted to a situation where, 3 months, 6 months have passed and you're preparing. And when the term sheet comes, you want to sign it on that date. Remember that, that term sheet is Trojan. Is like a completely loaded one. Many a times it's a very one-sided document. You must make sure that you go and consult someone because it's not easy for you to decipher. And I know we have two of my co-panelists as investors and whatnot, but everyone sugarcoats and says that this is a standard thing. Okay. And there's nothing standard in life. There is everything is negotiable. Everything is to a context, and make sure that you understand what that context is. Don't sign on a dotted line unless you have understood the complete context behind what is the implication of it. That's a very important one. The second one is that once the investment comes in, okay, you've done all the hard work. Remember that the investor relation is as important as customer relation, vendor relation, and your employee relation, because you then don't take that investor for granted. He continues to be your partner, and treat him so because he deserves that respect. He deserves, and remember what we continue to see is that the misunderstanding is because there is lack of communication, there's lack of transparency, there's a lack of approach. If you go and approach your investor, he's more than willing to help you out, but it is you who have to do it because he is running a portfolio. He has 20 companies that he is effectively trying to, and those it's about crying baby gets the milk. And to that extent, when you reach out, you will definitely get what you need, but you need to reach out. So two things from my side. One, when the term sheet comes, don't just go and sign because you're exhausted. I know there's a deal fatigue that starts to kick in when the documentation, but that is your only ability and weapon when it comes to anything that goes wrong. To that extent, don't sign as that. And the second is once the deal is consummated, your investor relation is not neglected. So I just wanted to leave everyone with these two.
Great,
Thank
great. Saurabh, your takeaways.
Yeah, in short, I would say three things. I think start up with a view that you want to solve someone's problem, not to make money. Making money is an outcome which would eventually come. But if you are passionate about solving your customer's problem, that will give longevity to what you are trying to do. That is one. Second piece is that hustle, but also plan. I think there is a great value in hustling, but without planning and without having discipline to this, if I may say, kind of this method there is a method to this whole madness around startups. So have a discipline around your venture and your startup from very early days of your venture. And the third piece, which I would say is kind of take advice from mentors, take advice from advisors wherever you can. When you are early in the journey, I think it would that advice would go a long way. So yeah, I think these 3 points.
That's great. That's great. What about you, Sudhanshu? Your quick take.
Yeah, so after a long time, I have heard so many people calling me Sudhanshu, although everybody calls me Anshu. But I sincerely believe what I said earlier, that the next 10 years is the age where we'll have tremendous number of startups. So this is, according to me, a fantastic opportunity for entrepreneurs to build startups. And know that this is a journey which is very difficult. I don't want to discuss courage. It is very difficult and you will fail many times. But if you are dedicated, you are passionate, and surround, you will succeed. And surround yourself with people smarter than you. You are the sum of 5 people around you. And make sure you are surrounding yourself with smarter people. And know this, people are very hesitant of reaching out to senior folks. I'll give you a classic example. I know we are wrapping up, but Anand Deshpande, everybody knows. I mean, Vivek knows that. There's a Thai associate member who's a small company which does home services. He reached out to Anand Deshpande. Anand Deshpande invited him and spent an hour with them. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is today, as compared to 10 years back, the support structures are tremendously, I mean, there's so many support structures around there. You just have to reach out. People are ready to help. And you take your own decisions, but you try to make informed decisions. So that's my advice.
That's really great. I think there is nothing for me to say now. You three have wrapped it up so beautifully. I would like to thank the Center of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages for this opportunity, for me to moderate this amazing panel discussion today. And I'm sure the startups here and all the founders here would have taken, in this discussion and will work on the areas. Thanks a lot. Is Dr. Palkar here? Would you like to comment from the innovation team, CIME team? Yes, someone from the InnoFest team is coming to conclude the session.
Thank you, Prajakta.
Yes.
For that very vibrant panel discussion that you had. We will now break for lunch for an hour for all the participants who are online. And we will rejoin here at 2 in the afternoon. And at 2 o'clock, we wait for another vibrant panel that we have post-lunch. And that post-lunch panel will be led by Geeta Tulia. And this is on leveraging the ecosystem for change. After that, we have half an hour pitch round for those who have not done the pitch in the first round, in the morning round. And then we have the grand gala finale, the valedictory and the prize distribution, for which everyone is waiting to see if their name appears in the list. So see you all back at the same place at 2 p.m. today. Thank you, panelists, for such a nice interaction with everyone. And I hope we have had some questions and you've been able to take the questions as well. Thank you, Prajakta.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar. Thank you, Prajakta, Vivek. Saurabh, always a pleasure.
Thank
you all. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Are we audible?
Yes, Pranay. Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Tanvi. Hi, Talha.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Geeta. Thanks for having us here today.
Yeah, this is a session that Dr. Palkar has so wonderfully organized. We'll just wait a couple of minutes for the session to formally start, and then we will proceed with it.
Okay.
It is actually a pretty interesting group of audience that we have. Many of them aspiring entrepreneurs who are going to be, who are at the cusp of their journey, making choices, making a lot of, working through their ideas. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to hear what all of you will have to share, I'm sure, today.
Definitely.
Great.
That's great.
Good afternoon, Apurva.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good to see everyone there. I think all the members seem to be sitting there. So we have the panel full. Probably just quickly wait for 2 more minutes. And as it is 2, we will start the panel discussion. Geeta, that's okay with you.
Yes, sure, Dr. Palkar.
Yeah. Just give me 2 more minutes and start. So we have some participants who have come in this room as well, because at 3:30 we're going to be making announcements about the IT competition, the hackathons, and of course the pitch fest. So all the 3 announcements are likely to happen here. So people have been traveling between 1 to 2. They're reaching out in this hall. We now starting this panel discussion post lunch. And this is a panel discussion on leveraging the ecosystem for change. The last panel that we had was very interesting panel, and that interesting panel was on the investor's perspective. I think that gave a lot of insights to all the participants. I'm sure you would have heard that. I'm not sure whether you had the opportunity to be logged online. But I see a lot of excited faces in front of me. And it's very nice to see people face to face in a room, because since yesterday we've been doing this online session. And for the first time in the university, we are doing such a large session where we have more than 800 people logged in at some place. And we've used the VR platform to reach out to people. Geeta, you are definitely going to take this session forward, because this session is a session where we have two vibrant startup companies with us, and we have one very, very vibrant legal expert with us. So I welcome Ashok Yadav and Talha Sheikh, the founder of Bidano. And I've heard a lot of good things about Bidano from Rohit Koel, and he's been talking about how we've been able to transform in the space, especially during the pandemic, and how the company really picked up. And we're going to listen to a lot of inspirational stories from you. We also have Pranay and Gunjan they are the founders of Wash for Sure. So this is another startup company that has done really well for themselves in the pandemic. Everything is not been as gloomy as we all think. A lot of good things have happened even in the pandemic. So I'm sure these two teams are going to speak a lot from the perspective of their experience. We have young, vibrant Tanvi Kahate Bhalinge. She is representing a company called Lightbox Ventures. Welcome, Tanvi, to this platform here. And she's a legal expert, and she's been associated with Lightbox Ventures, which is dealing and providing the investments to the startups. And I think she comes from the youth perspective. She will be able to give you a lot of insights on how things are happening as far as her company goes. We have this panel which will be moderated by none other than Geeta. So Geeta Tulya is one of the advisors at Center for Innovation, Incubation and Linkages at Savitribai Phule Pune University. And Geeta is an alumnus of London Business School. She comes with a heritage of having worked in various geographies. She's worked in Ireland, she's worked in London, and she's worked in the Gulf, and now she is located in Pune with us. And she's helping supporting a lot of startups as angel advisor. Over to you, Geeta, for this next 1 hour of vibrant session. I would request the participants, some of the participants are here as well. If they have questions, they can actually directly ask the panel here. And rest of them, you can just go to the chat box and kindly put your question on the chat box. Over to Geeta.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar, for that wonderful start to the afternoon session today. Let me take a few minutes to kind of introduce our panel team members and a little bit about the startups which they have set up. Pranay and Gunjan, founders of Wash for Sure. Wash for Sure is a tech-enabled vehicle engine services startup which started their operation in 2017. It provides training to blue-collar, unskilled gig worker for vehicle hygiene services and gets businesses for them from B2B clients. So it pretty much acts as a fabulous connecting platform or a connecting intermediate between the B2B customers and the blue-collar gig workers. Presently, many B2B clients face issues to get their vehicle hygiene services due to lack of hygiene cleaning products, non-availability of trained applicators, and no supervision for these services. Unfortunately, they either end up losing their client or they end up having dissatisfied clients. So what Wash for Sure does is it provides best of class supervision along with feedback mechanism using their state-of-art technology, trained applicators for vehicle-related services, and best-in-class product to get their client satisfaction. This helps the clients to focus on their core business, and unskilled worker receives full training along with flexible earning opportunity based on their talent. Wash for Sure plans to provide training and employment opportunity to 50,000 plus unskilled and 1,000 plus educated people to fulfill their dreams. The two people who've been driving this venture. Gunjan Ruparelia has completed his BE and IC from SCET and has more than 12 years of experience in B2B industrial business, starting from trainee engineer to senior management level for project planning and execution, team building and team management, customer support, and new product development. And Pranay Tagare is BTech Electrical from Manit Bhopal and has an MBA from PGDIM from IIFT Delhi. Pranay has more than 15 years of experience in B2B industrial sales and marketing and business development in MNCs and mid-sized startup and has a great track record in achieving goals. So that's our first startup that we have here. Moving on to the second startup, Vidano. Vidano is India's first tech-enabled B2B healthcare product platform. Started with a simple mission to solve the problem of the availability of medicines in India, Vidano is currently serving more than 10,000 pharmacies and more than 500 hospitals across 5 cities in India. Vidano's vision is to touch 1 billion lives positively by 2024 across 100 plus cities and help them get their medication on time. And driving this venture is Talha Sheikh, who is the co-founder and CEO of Vidano. He's an entrepreneur at heart. Talha's career spans more than 6 years of entrepreneurship and management experience. His reputation precedes him in the startup scene and healthcare community for his vision, leadership, and proven ability to innovate and scale. So he's someone who's been an entrepreneur for several years, who's lived this life day in and day out. Along with him, unfortunately, we don't have him today because he's had a medical emergency. Ashok Yadav is the other co-founder of Vidano, but we will not have him here today because of his personal emergency at today. Then we have Tanvi Ghate Bhalinge. As part of the team at Lightbox Venture Capital, Tanvi currently plays a key role in structuring the fund's investments in consumer tech startups and supporting these startups through their journey. Prior to joining AZB, she started her career as a corporate lawyer at AZB, working with some of the largest companies in helping them successfully execute equity and debt capital raises in public markets through IPOs and QIPs. Post her stint at AZB, she joined Legal Logic Consulting in Pune, where she worked with promising young companies strategizing fundraisers and also worked with fund managers in setting up their investment vehicles in India. Besides work, Tanvi has an interest in Indian culture, spanning food, art, music, fashion, beauty, and skincare. So we've got a very, very vibrant team, and I have lots of questions for all of you. But before I move on to the questions, really, today what we want to discuss, I'll just kind of very briefly touch upon the theme that we are going to cover in today's session. What we're really talking about is leveraging this ecosystem to bring about a change in the way the entrepreneurial journey has been undergone so far. I mean, and with Talha, Pranay, and Gunjan's experiences around the journey that they have traveled, I am sure they will have tons to share about and share with our audience today what challenges that they faced, how did they overcome those challenges, what would they wish something to be different if they were to start that journey all over again, and maybe what you all are, the group over here is blessed with having an ecosystem. How can you leverage that ecosystem much better? With Tanvi's perspective of having seen many young startups, worked with startups very closely, what does she see from the perspective of a lawyer, of an investor, bringing in these perspectives? Let's dive into that, but let me hand it over to each one of you. Talha, a few opening words from you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Geeta, for a very humble introductions, and thanks for having us here. Unfortunately, Ashok couldn't join us, but it would have been a great pleasure to express our stories together. But nevertheless, I'll be speaking on behalf of Bedano, and I would try to share as much as possible about our journey, stories, challenges, and difficulties that we have faced, and the support that we have recently got from a lot of different ecosystems, our investors, advisors, and everybody. And it's actually a great pleasure to sort of share such stories, because it will definitely inspire a lot of people to sort of take a plunge and do something what they actually want to do in life, and bring out some positive change to in the society with their skill set, and not only basically make money out of it, but also have a positive impact, right? So I'm glad to be a part of this panel, and pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Talha, for those lovely words.
Yeah.
Pranay?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you again for giving such a great introduction. Really feel blessed hearing something about ourselves like that. Good. This is really a good platform to bring everybody at the same place and sharing each other's experiences. I hope this particular event will really help the new entrepreneurs who would like to take a plunge into this particular segment, and it will be really helpful to everybody.
Thank you, Pranay. I think those are very encouraging words, and something which our audience certainly requires, and will love to hear what you have to share as we go along through the discussion today. Tanvi, some opening words from you.
No, I think first and foremost, thank you for the glorious introduction. Thank you for having us as a part of this panel today as well. And I think to go with the theme of this panel, right, the fact that all of us are sitting here today and talking about this topic is in fact leveraging the ecosystem that we all have the benefit of today. So thanks for organizing this, and thank you to the audience for kind of joining this on a Saturday afternoon. I'm sure a nap seems more exciting at this point in time, but thanks for hearing us out today.
So rightly said, Tanvi. I mean, I think the very fact that we are, on a platform like this, having this conversation is itself a step in the direction of leveraging this ecosystem. I'm not sure how many of us, when we started off our entrepreneurial journeys, I mean, in whatever respect, had the benefit of having such a vast setup and a support system that helps us through this. But let me ask my let me move to my panel members and ask them the question around Pranay and Gunjan. You've set up successful venture. You both come from a working background. I mean, you have after having finished your education, you probably took the normal plunge of working with multinationals or other companies, and you then chose to start a venture like Wash for Sure. What has been your entrepreneurial journey like so far, Pranay, Gunjan?
After completion of the graduation, if you can say that, yes, the things are moving very good in the maybe the in terms of, we can say, the in the working life. After quitting that working life and coming into the entrepreneur journey, it's really a tough questions whenever, if you have the good like constant work is going on. Okay, so yes, definitely the vision and the goal, you have to be very clear in the entrepreneur journey. First, you have to clear that point, that what is your vision, what is your goal, how you are trying to impact, you are generating the social impact. Okay, apart from the money making and the successful ventures, you have to make very clear that what social impact you are going to deliver to the society. So, and yes, definitely there are mentors available to get the leverages from the system, and there are good I think guidance we are getting from the our mentors on the regular basis. So we follow the same path to make the successful journey.
Wonderful. So it was having the right set of mentors which made a big
Correct.
difference when you decided to take the plunge and start on this entrepreneurial journey. Talha, what has it been like for you? I mean, I heard such wonderful stories about Bidano and the few pivots that it has already made. Have you always been an entrepreneur, or tell us more about your journey, Talha?
Well, Geeta, it's like really exciting for me to sort of, have these words from people who are actually out there in the market and doing something in the ecosystem. But for me, it was fairly an easy task, and I was lucky enough to identify what I wanted to do in life early in my days, like early in my career. So while I was doing my engineering from, again, I'm like in University of Pune graduate, like engineer. So during my third year, I identified my skill set. I identified what actually, excites me and what drives me forward was mainly, solving the problem which we as a people are facing on our day-to-day lives. So I used to do very small things in my college, and used to try to find out a business model around different problems and solutions. So I was part of the research team of one of the company based out of Pune, and we had filed few patents and all. That was actually exciting for me. So, and during that time, I met few people in the industry, asked them questions like, how can I sort of, excel in whatever I'm doing, and how I can sort of differentiate myself out of like 40,000 other engineers which are getting graduated every month, every year. I'm sorry. And how can we sort of sharpen my skill and, execute well on my mission or my vision. Right. So it was fairly early because I actually found out my talent and what I wanted to do early. But yes, I can speak on behalf of Ashok because he's fairly coming from a corporate background, right? With 23 years of corporate experience, it was very difficult decision for him. But fortunately, we got along early in our days back in 2015, 2016. We had a lot of detailed discussions, brainstorming sessions in terms of, how are we going to survive in the industry, because we did not have any business background. We did not have any very good academics to sort of prove people that we are worthy enough to be funded, or maybe to be backed even by mentors or by advisors, right? So we have been meeting people, we have been thinking about it, we have been, and unfortunately I got a placement offer from Cognizant at that time, and because of family pressure and all, I had to join it. But I couldn't basically survive there, because it's about like not everywhere you fit is where you belong, right? So that was always at the bottom of my heart, that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, help people with some technology solutions to make their lives easier. So I sort of quit my job back in like 2015, early 2015, came back here, started with my own tech service company, to just generate some capital. So we were having around 35, 36 developers building out enterprise applications, trying out. So I'm mainly coming from a technology and business background, like understanding of business management and everything. So did it for around like 7, 8 months, raised some capital, sold that business, and then sort of decided like, now let's, do something which is actually going to be helpful for the society, as well as, will satisfy you at the end of the day, that your skill set or the purpose of your life is being served, right? So that is what actually is exciting for me. And as I said earlier, I was lucky enough to identify what actually I wanted to do in life. And if you consistently do it and you focus on that, then definitely you get people in the market or the ecosystem who can actually see the energy or the passion, behind whatever you're doing, and they would love to sort of help you because they've also gone through the same path. So now we are in the ecosystem where there are like a lot of resources available. We are living in 21st century. It's all a digital world, right? We have Google, we have internet, and we have free Wi-Fi's at coffee shops. So you don't even need to have an office space, or you don't even need to have access to a lot of difficult resources. What you just need to have is an idea or a passion to sort of work on that idea for a longer period of time. So when you do that consistently, then yes, people out there are very helpful. They'll see that you are exciting enough to sort of work upon it, and you'll not give up on something, whatever you're doing, and your passion is what is speaking on behalf of you, right? So you have to be passionate enough in terms of whatever you're doing, right? And the consistency and perseverance, as we speak in the industry, right, is the key, right? So if you do that consistently for a longer period of time, then definitely your hard work will pay off. So that's how our journey started.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, in fact, you make some very, very important and very interesting points, Tala. I mean, you alluded to the fact that, because of family pressure, you had to take on a job. I mean, that is something which we're still, typically in our Indian society, I mean, I know some of you do have a different view. I know Gunjan shares a slightly different view than what traditionally, there is that security of a job, and there is a desire for parents to want their children to get into a safe job.
Correct.
Entrepreneurship is something which is more like, you're trying to get into an unknown zone.
Correct.
Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to take a risk? Why would you want to do something which no one else has done? Take up a job, you will get your promotions, you will get your bonuses. Life is beautiful after that, right?
Yeah.
But so very clearly, the other point that you made is the ecosystem is becoming more savvier now. There is more support which is available. But in spite of that, and Pranay, I'm going to direct this question to you now, really. What really motivated you to take this plunge into entrepreneurship, despite knowing that there isn't that, the societal acceptance,
Right.
That support system, which doesn't generally come across that easily, but you still chose to make a contrarian choice. What made you make that choice, Pranay?
I'll try to just build upon what Tana said right now. It actually fits to me too. With the family pressure, majority of the people joins in a business with all the degrees you have in place, and the life looks really glorious over there, that everything is settled, you can own a house, you can own a car, whatever you want, everything is there at place, salary is coming on time. But again, as Tahna said, it's what you actually want from yourself, right? What is your skill set, where you can build that particular skill set and make some social impact other than working for someone. In case you can work for yourself and do something great out of it, and the society is benefited out of it, that is the main thing which comes and which hits me and which helped me to take a plunge into this particular segment after working for 15 years with somebody, and then at that later stage coming into this. That particular thing was still in my mind from last so many years, that how I can build my own skill sets and my connects in the market to leverage all those things and make an engine which runs on its own, instead of being a part of an engine and we become smart part of a big engine. Instead of that, make a engine of our own.
That's correct.
So that's it.
Spoken like true, very true entrepreneurs. I can see that. And it is that energy, it is that passion, and that desire to solve a problem. Somebody is facing a problem. How do we solve that problem? What is the best way to solve that problem? And it is that motivation which ends up driving so many of us who take this plunge into this world of being an entrepreneur or setting up. Scale and all of it comes much later. The joy of having solved a problem, to know that you are making a difference in somebody's life because of what you are doing, that is what kind of drives. I can see that from all these responses. And I'm very shortly going to ask Tanvi to shed light, because she wears two hats over here today. But we're going to come to you, Tanvi, shortly. But before that, let me just ask again, all our startup founders, if you were to start your journey all over again, rewind back to the time, either back to your college days when you had the passion, but you did not start for whatever reason, you worked for a number of years, or you took the plunge, or, direct, what is it that you would do differently? What is it that you would wish to take back from what is available today as part of the ecosystem? Take it back to that time and say, if this kind of a support was available to us, if we would have made it, our journey would have been that much easier.
Yeah.
Gunjan, Pranay, Talha.
What happened, see, in early days when we are in the college, okay, I am from the actually small town, okay, just personally, if I introduce you. So small town, if you don't have the many facilities available to start your entrepreneurship journey, and you don't have the facilities available over there, maybe in the tier 3, tier 4 cities, we can say. Okay, so these kind of facilities now available in the tier 3 cities, tier 4 cities also. But at that time, when we have passed out from the college in year of, we can say, 2008 somewhere. Okay, at that time, the like there are not much facilities available in the tier 3 cities to educate you as well as to promote you to become an entrepreneur. Okay, so if we can rewind our journey, and if yes, if we can see on those days where the many things are not available in the small towns, where presently I think the things are available for the small towns also. So definitely, but yes, after having the good experience in the maybe one of the startup, we can say we started in 2009 with one of the company. So having the good experience with the same company, we can able to make the successful ventures also, where we have learned many things from our past ventures, where how the engine will run. Because I started my career like as a trainee engineers over there. So I worked in the different field, and I have learned that how the operations will go, how the finance will control, how to control the your uh, teammates, how to grow your teammates. And so this kind of experience will help us presently to get the successful venture. And yeah, so and still we are moving ahead with that experience. If we rewind, we can say that yes, if we get that opportunity where in times of college only, okay, if these facilities are available with us, then definitely within the 10 years where presently we are, we might be the in the like one of the more successful people. Yes, if we will get the same details and the kind of mentorship and kind of finance is available during our college time only. So definitely that will be the great again the
What a fantastic point, Gunjan. What a fantastic point. I mean, it is, I think, the journey of experience that you had to travel before you could take the plunge. But had that been available earlier, you might have made a big stride in these 10 years in your entrepreneurial journey. Completely by that point.
correct. But like uh, like हमारे गुजरात, like we do have one કહેવત, જાગ્યા જ્યાંથી સવાર, a kind of Gujarati word. Okay?
Oh yes, yes. It is the morning from when you get up.
So whenever you get up, the morning is for yours.
Absolutely.
So in the 2017 we get up, and like we started running fast, and yes, within 2 years we whatever, within 3 years whatever, maybe we have lost maybe the 8 to 10 years as an entrepreneurship journey, we try to push ourselves to make that back.
Excellent, excellent.
And the same things I think now in a kind of city like Pune and the big cities, or maybe in the smaller cities also, we can say the maximum things like Jaipur, and there are Jaipur ventures, there are angel funds available for the smaller cities. Okay, so now the entrepreneur can come from the smaller cities also. They can create some social impacts, they can create the big engines from the smaller cities also, what now we understand.
True, true. Tala, would you? Yes, Gunjan, sorry.
What happens is
sorry,
whatever
Pranay.
time we have actually utilized, you can say, not wasted, whatever time we have utilized to get the knowledge and the experiences, what is required to start a business, that thing as a mentorship today is available readily on the platter. So that is the advantage.
Absolutely, absolutely, Pranay. That's very well said. Tala, do you echo the same views?
Yeah, but a slightly different one, Geeta, because as I told you, like I started my career early, entrepreneurship early in my days. But to answer your question in one line, if the similar kind of support and resources would have been available at that time, we would have already touched 1 billion live with Bidano. right? So like I'll divide my comment into four different parts, right? So what are the supports that are currently available, and what was the challenge at that time when me and Ashok, we started our journey. So first is the support from college, right? So currently, as we are all speaking on a college forum, right, where all the students are being invited to, have an interaction with the experts of the industry. At that time, there was no such event happening, okay, which will basically encourage people or the students to do something different, right, or to bring out some change, or to excel in their talent, in the field, in their passion, right? So support from college was not there, which is currently available. And a lot of universities, so we have been speaking with Flame University and a couple of other universities as well, Symbiosis and all, and they all are inviting a lot of great entrepreneurs from the industry and the ecosystem to sort of share their views with the students. And why it is important, because students, at when we are studying, right, we have a lot of things, and our focus is not, we are not having a laser focus on one individual thing, but we need to know what is actually happening in the market, right? What is the practical situation out there, right, while we are studying in the student or colleges. But if we have such events, then it really gives clarity to a lot of people who are actually wanted to becoming an entrepreneur, right, to sort of how to start their career, how to understand, how to take that first step, right?
Yeah.
So first is support from college. Second is again the family pressure. What earlier we used to have, like everybody was going, like after their engineering, we could only have two options: either pursue your career in your own core field, or get a job in the IT segment, become a software developer, get settled in life. But nowadays, because of a lot of great startups which have just come up, even our parents, our families have become more matured or understood about the startup ecosystem, that how people are actually making a difference, right? How Swiggy is making their life easier, how delivery or how Amazon and Flipkart is basically empowering these MSMEs, and making saving times in shoppings. And there are a lot of other startups who have actually done a wonderful job, okay, over the span of last 7 to 8 years, which is actually helping people to understand the importance of having a startup, right? So
Yeah.
when today a kid is going to their parents saying that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, I want to have my own startup, and I have this idea, the chances are that 80% of the parents will support his vision or his mission, right? Which earlier was at least 10 to 20%. It was like exactly opposite, right? So support from the family is also there, because now people are more educated about the ecosystem, right? Then third is support from the government. So earlier the government was not very supportive with the small companies. I don't know, maybe Tanvi can put some lights on it. But when we started our career, it was really difficult to get this registration. It was really time consuming task. It was very complex and tedious process. And being a first generation entrepreneur, where you don't have any clarity about even the legal complexities of the things, right? And on top of that, you also have to execute on your mission or the business plan, whatever you have written, right? It becomes really difficult for us. So we had to work like 18-20 hours straight for a couple of months to sort of at least get things done. Then you have overdues, then you have penalties, then there were no exemptions from the government on the investments and all. So even getting funding was difficult, because investors were paying high taxes on angel investments and everything. So again, support from government is the third advantage nowadays. And then now support from the ecosystem, which is a very very important one, at least from the entrepreneur's standpoint, right? So support from the ecosystem nowadays, if I have to tell you, as you are asking me to again rewind my career 4 years back and start whatever we are doing from scratch. So now I just have to go on a Google and type how to start a startup, right? I'll get 1 million result with exact detailed steps of every milestone or every process, right? And there are hundreds of tools, hundreds of companies, hundreds of mentors, or maybe successful entrepreneurs sharing their views. There are movies coming up, there are a lot of books, there are a lot of articles which will, so getting access to the knowledge out there nowadays is fairly easy, right? And why it is happening, because again, the digital transformation that has happened over the span of last 3 to 4 years, data has come up so cheap. Right now we get like 100 rupees scanner, we get 100 GB, so I can educate myself really fast, right? So it's all about timing. So at that time, to actually get access to one of the YouTube video during our college days was fairly difficult. We had to wait extra hours after college to sort of learn things. Then there were some protocols that we wanted to follow. There were like attendance policies that we need to sort of fulfill, right? We can't do some extracurricular activities out of college because there are some restrictions. There are a lot of other things. So if you compile all these 4 different verticals and put it in one bucket nowadays, so if suppose a student is starting his entrepreneurship journey right now, or student had started entrepreneurship journey 5 years 6 years back, okay, there is a difference of time here. Okay, now you can start much faster, you can be much more robust, you can get a lot of support, you can get support from college, from the government, you have a better ecosystem to support you, and plus you have a family to support you as well, right?
Absolutely,
One more
Tala. The
point,
learning
Geeta.
curve. Yes, Pranay.
Because what happens is when we talk about the scenario ecosystem today, and when we talk about an ecosystem which was 5 or 10 or 15 years back, the one more difference which makes with respect to that is that today we have many case studies available.
Yes.
What is a successful ventures case studies are there, as well as what is not successful, what you will do and you will not become successful.
True.
Which was not available previously.
Absolutely.
So you can take the advantage of those case studies available readily on the internet. There are mentors available who can teach you, you do this, you don't do this. In case you do this, there will be a problem, right?
Correct.
So this ecosystem today teaches the students very easily that yes, you should do this, rather than you should do this, you should not do this, is available, which was not available that time.
Absolutely.
Right?
I mean,
This
and you've
advantage
traveled. Yeah.
Today's entrepreneurs should really take, who would really want to take a plunge into it.
Absolutely. I mean, and with the journeys that you've traveled, you've faced the failures in some measure or whatever. You can tell the younger generation that if you do something like this, this is the roadblock that you will come to. And that takes me directly to Tanvi to kind of, she's been a part of, through the different roles that she has played as a lawyer, as an investor, and being from the outside supporting or being part of the ecosystem, supporting the startups and young entrepreneurs. Tanvi, what are your thoughts? What have you seen as the evolution that has happened so far, and how we can leverage on this change with this ecosystem?
Right, I think, sorry, is my voice echoing?
No, Tanvi, you are clearly audible.
Okay. So I think as it was very rightly pointed out by Tala, Pranay and Gunjan, right? I think the ecosystem has evolved to a large extent, be it the government supporting startups. Today you have the Startup India registration, which, once you're registered as a startup under that registration, you have a plethora of exemptions, right? From tax to labor laws. And often what ends up happening is that companies are not just don't just have the bandwidth to kind of put into these compliances, but they also don't know what is to be done. So for a young entrepreneur starting their journey, I think the ecosystem is in the journey of evolution to an extent where a lot of these things are available. I think what was interesting from what Tala as well as Pranay, Gunjan alluded to was that, the founders today need to have the intent to know what they're not good at or what they do not know today, right? You need to be able to identify, okay, you know what, I'm going to start this company, but in sectors A, B, and C, I do not have the relevant expertise. I do not know how to go about these things. Once you have that intent, and you've clearly identified that I'm not able to kind of do well because of A, B, and C, you have the information available. You have the ecosystem, or you can go out there and get this information that you need. Secondly, I think today what has become very, very important is just talking about the things that you're not able to do in your company today. Just speaking in be it in forums like these, or just speaking within your family, or speaking to people who've done this journey, companies who've grown from 0 to 1. just speaking and learning from their experiences is also a change that has happened today. I mean, 10 years down the line, you had to carve your own path and kind of make your own journey into this space. And today, that's the conversations have become a lot more easier. You can reach out to people on social media platforms or, you know, the LinkedIns of the world. And if the intent is there to learn, the information definitely is available today.
Yes, Tanvi, very, sorry, Tala, you're saying something? You're on mute.
Oh, so sorry. So just to add one line to what Tanvi said rightly. So earlier when we started our career, right? So it was like we had to make our own blueprint by doing a lot of experiments, you know, having experienced a lot of failures and challenges and everything. But now today in today's ecosystem, we have hundreds of blueprints of successful startups or successful entrepreneurs available online, right? So it depends on what you want to do, how you want to do, and where you want to go, right? You can just pick up one of the blueprint and just modify it with the right skill set that you have, and then you can really speed up your speed and you can really get to wherever you want to be much faster than what we had to do earlier.
True, 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 very true. No, and not just the information which is available online and the accessibility which reduces the time, but also to have people who've gone through the experience to be able to lean on somebody who's already traveled that journey, who can mentor you, who can advise you through the journey, the kind of, and I go back to the point that Gunjan brought out, and which was a very, very important factor. Like in the tier 3, tier 4 towns of our country, maybe 5, even up to 5 years back, that kind of support system was missing. Like even now, today, if you'll go to a Jaipur or a Baroda, I mean, Baroda is a fairly big town, but even smaller towns than that, you will have a group of angel investors. You will have lawyers and support systems like what Tanvi would bring. There's a lot more cohesion which kind of comes about, which makes it easier. And then when we have platforms like this supporting the process of your entrepreneurial journey, you can reach out, you can hook back, you can connect. The key is hooking back into the system every time you find that you don't know something, and which is what Tanvi pointed out so rightly, that you need to know what you don't know. Right. You really need to know what you need. You're not good at managing teams, then how do you bring that support into your venture? You're not good at handling money, then how do you bring that support into your system? And today, even money has undergone such a big change. It is not just investor funding, which is the source of money. You also have a lot of debt support which comes about. You have a lot of other banks are more open and more willing to look at young ventures, right? Who are just starting off in their journey, and you can reach out and bring, create a system, a mechanism which allows your startup to build in a systematic manner. But that takes me really into, again, let me throw this question open before I invite Tanvi to kind of talk about from an investor's perspective, really. Again, going to our startup founders, the entrepreneurs, how critical has fundraising been in your journey? I mean, should an entrepreneur be only focused on the fundraising aspect? Many a times, when I meet these young startup entrepreneurs who are just about, who probably still are not clear about the problem that they want to solve, right? They talk about, oh, we have to raise 30 lakhs, 1 crore, 5 crores. After this time, we want to raise so much more money. So how important, how much focus should an entrepreneur leave on that aspect or the event of fundraising? What are your thoughts on that?
So from Bedano's perspective, I can tell you, since we have undergone a couple of rounds of fundings. So what we think as founders is funding is not a milestone. right? If I have to give you an analogy, so we are climbing Mount Everest, right? And you have just got gears and tools and oxygen to sort of go from one pit stop to the other one, right? So it doesn't mean that if you have got the gears or the accessories, you can celebrate or you have achieved success, right? It is just an oxygen to sort of support you in your journey, right? So this is like the best analogy that I would give. And from the funding perspective, I have to talk about, like, from the business perspective, funding is the secondary thing. First, if you have a right problem that you have identified, if you have enough people facing that problem, and if your solution is acceptable by the market, right? So if you have early adopters, if you have early traction, okay, are you clear what you want to do? Are you having the right skill set? If not, then are you having right co-founders who are complementing your skill set, right? If you're having a good team, so if you have all these checklists marked, then anybody will fund you. Okay, maybe Tanvi can share some more points on this point, but this is what we have experienced, because we had a lot of rejections early in our days when we were raising our first round, that you don't have this, you don't have that, you don't have this, right? So we went back to the whiteboard, understood, reevaluated ourselves, like where we are lagging, right? So let's go fix that thing up, and then again we go back to them, show them the consistency, right? Investors, they want to see founders who are consistent enough in their approach, in their solution, right? Don't give up on the things. So you just have to make sure that all the requirements of fundings, okay, are fulfilled before we are going for funding. So if you are only focusing about funding, you'll not be able to write a correct business plan, you'll not be able to execute your business plan, and that's why you'll never get funding. So that is what has been our approach, and we have been like getting results out of this with this thought process, and we have like successfully managed to close our three rounds, and now we are on the verge of closing our series A as well.
Excellent, excellent. Pranay, Gunjan?
See, fundraising is, we can say it's the later stage, or maybe it's a part of the entrepreneur journey. It's not the only requirement. See, first you have to find a good team, maybe starting from the co-founder. Okay, that is the major role in the entrepreneurship journey. Because if you have the good team with you, okay, first your idea should be very clear what problem you are trying to solve, whether the problem is it's a market fit, whether the maybe the problem whatever you are trying to solve, it should be the product market fit. So you have to develop the product in a such a way that it should be the product market fit, whether it is a scalable product or it is a sustainable product. So we generally believe that if the product is sustainable and the scalable, then the fundraising will be automatically will be there. Okay. So first, as an entrepreneur, I will see that the product should be a scalable as well as the sustainable. Okay. And there should be some, because first fund, as per my opinion, you should get it from your client. Okay, if your client will pay you, definitely the investor will definitely pay you. So our opinion is first you get your first fund from your client. Okay, once the client start paying you, definitely investors will have no issues, and we are on that track.
I think superb. I think that's a superb point. If you can get a paying customer, there is no better validation of the problem that you are solving, and that is that is something which an investor always wants to see. Do you have a paying customer? Fundraising is an automatic outcome after that.
Fundraising is required to expand your business,
yes,
not to start the business. Okay, so if you do have the good product, if you do have the paying customers, then you can go for the funding. Yes, then you can. The funding is required to expand the business, expand the geography, or maybe the expand to hire the new talent, or maybe the wherever you are lacking as a team, that you can get through the funding instead of because for the scale only you require the funding. Otherwise, to develop the market, I think fundraising. So fundraising is definitely a part of the journey, but it's not the only requirement as an entrepreneur.
Had it been that been the case, then we would have not have survived till now.
True, Pranay, true, very true. Well, let me move to Tanvi and kind of Tanvi, if you can wear your investor hat now and not the lawyer hat at this point in time, and share what has been what have you share with us your perspective on this.
Right. So, Geeta, maybe I'll bucket my answer into three things, right? One is how should you be looking at fundraisers? And I think even being in the business of fundraising, I think everyone in our team is also very clear that you should not be starting a company or you should not be starting a venture with fundraising as a goal that you want to achieve or a milestone that you want to achieve, right? The milestones should always be in terms of either your revenue or EBITDA, and those milestones need to be celebrated a lot more than a fundraising milestone in the journey, right? Because now you'll see, and media is kind of encouraging this trend whereby, if you are funded, if you are a company that's funded multiple times over, it's headline worthy. It's you a media channel would rather have a headline saying, this startup got funded for $20 million rather than have a headline saying this startup is bootstrapped and surviving on its own, because that's what's attracting attention. And that's encouraging a wrong trend, right? Because we need to celebrate businesses that are sustainable. We need to celebrate businesses that have managed to kind of live a model that has been able to sustain them within the resources that they're able to get. And like Gunjan rightly pointed out, the paying customer is able to fund the company. I mean, what better success story than that, right? And I think it's also important for everyone to understand what comes along with taking funds into the company, right? What are you really signing up for? Because with fundraising comes a great sense of responsibility. Today, you founders have to be accountable for the decisions that they're making. The autonomy of a founder is also getting diluted to a large extent because today you're not the only decision maker in the company, right? Remember, you have a 40-50% shareholder today who you have to kind of go to take advice, to seek their consent, to kind of have them weigh in on the decisions that you're making. So your ability to make a decision single-handedly in your company is kind of getting diluted. Similarly, there's a lot more reporting that's required. You have a bulk of compliances that you have to make towards your investors. There are monthly reports that need to go out. There's unit metrics that you need to kind of track on a monthly basis and make those reportings. Similarly, we are foreign investors, right? We are purely offshore funds. So our investment is categorized FDI. So in a lot of startups, you've observed that we've had to overhaul structures, right? Which is also an expense. You have to, if tomorrow we have to have a structure that's FDI compliant in law, then you have to either set up, offshore entities, route funds. So it's not as hunky-dory as it looks like. It's not just a matter of taking money. And I think what's also important is to choose the right partner to get in bed with, right? Because today you're choosing a partner that you're going to live the course of your company for the next 10 years. It's not like you're taking funds today and tomorrow you're going to be able to get rid of that person. You have to be philosophically aligned. The vision of your company needs to be aligned with this person or this team or company. You have to think the right way. You kind of have to have the same end goal that you want to achieve with the company that is getting funded. So it's a mature decision to be made, and for companies to start with their goal when they today don't even know how to scale or grow, like Gunjan rightly pointed out, right? It's growth capital rather than sustenance capital. It's the capital that's needed to grow more than you are today. So I think taking a call on fundraising is really a mature decision, well thought through decision that companies need to make, rather than just taking the plunge and 5 years down the line realizing, I'm not able to make money of the company that I've put my blood and sweat into, because today I'm now a 4 and 5% shareholder in the company. So it requires a level of maturity, which I think comes as you progress and as you kind of grow in your company organically.
Yeah, and today I get, with the ecosystem becoming more and more vibrant, the ability to lean into the ecosystem to know which kind of an investor is better aligned to the philosophy that you work with. There is a better access. You can talk to 5 people and get to understand the investor's mindset as well, because that needs to get aligned. The other aspects, which are generally left to the back end, to say that, okay, the structure, the legal setup, the legal framework, agreements which need to be put in place. I know we had a session just prior to lunch where the investor's perspective and some very interesting points were made by the group of panel members out there, what one needs to be conscious about. So these are things that you can start to lean into the ecosystem more effectively today than maybe what you could have done earlier. And that is the advantage of kind of having a vibrant ecosystem of this nature. Pranay, you were saying something as I was kind of moving into this.
No.
You were adding, okay. So quite clearly, I mean, funding or bringing investment is not, it's an important milestone, but it is only one part of the journey. No matter how much it has been publicized in media that, oh, $1 million raised, $20 million raised, it is really something only if it is needed should you be looking to bring in investment. It is for growth capital and not for sustenance capital that you should be conscious about when you choose to want to reach out to investors. Before, let me ask my final question before we throw it open. I know we're kind of running out of time and there's just time for one last question, which I will pose to all of you. How would you measure the success of your venture or of any venture? How would you measure success?
See, measuring success. Yes, Tana, please continue.
No, Gunjan, you're saying something. I was unmuting myself.
No, please, you can be.
Yeah. So see, success, as they rightly say, is, that success is basically a journey, not a destination. So for us at Bedano, we are just measuring our success with our satisfaction score, right? How much we are satisfied today, end of the day, by doing whatever we are doing, right? So it's not that we wanted to reach a particular position in our milestones in our company or personally, right, and then exit the company or something like that. But it is just that you have certain benchmarks, because it's really important to sort of drive you in the right direction or align your team members to that mission. But it's just that at the end of the day, you should feel satisfied, because that was the only thing which has motivated you to start your startup at the first place, right? So we measure success by our satisfaction, and we measure our success by the satisfaction of the stakeholders which are involved in the entire ecosystem of our business, right? So as long as we are satisfying them, or they are satisfied, whatever we are doing or we are trying to deliver is satisfying us, we are happy, right? It's not that this particular number, or after these many years, or at this stage, or at this valuation, we call ourselves a successful company, because there's always someone in the market which has done better or more than you, right? So there's no benchmark as such. And as entrepreneurs, me and Ashok, we never set such benchmarks. We never celebrate our fundings. Okay, we are just happy by doing whatever we are doing. Okay, we are being selfless here in terms of adding value to the ecosystem and measuring our satisfaction score. That's it.
I think the way I look at the success of a venture or success of portfolio companies that we are associated with, right, is in terms of, are you able to create value? Very simply, are you able to create value today? Value across the entire chain, right? For various stakeholders in your company. Are you today able to create value for your consumer? Are you able to create value for your shareholders and investors who've trusted and believed in you? Are you able to create value for the society that you live in today? Are you able to create value for the employees that are a part of your vision? Are you able to create value for yourself even, right? Are you able to today feel good and proud in the fact that you've made a difference for yourself? So across all stakeholders, if you're able to establish that, there is a value that is being created. And today, in fact, this morning, I heard something very interesting. So across Silicon Valley, there's a trend these days that they are gauging whether, a product or a service, which when taken out of the market or when taken out of the system, are there consumers missing or feeling unhappy? So they're actually tracking the unhappiness quotient of taking this product out of the system and measuring that against the love that the product or the brand has created for itself, which I thought was an interesting way to look at it, because while we all strive to find, products that are solving a problem, how much will your consumer miss you if, you're not there in the market today? So that was quite interesting. And as you must have seen, even across through the pandemic, what we've seen as a trend that's emerging is that purpose driven approach, or an approach that is more conscious in terms of not just the product that's being put out in the market, but also the model that is being sustained, is kind of gaining a lot of traction. So are you able to convince your consumers that you have a conscious and purposeful way of building your company? That is a lot more relatable to the consumer today. So, and I'm sure Pranay and Tala and Gunjan will have views on this, because they must have thought about how they want to go about their journeys as well.
So, Geeta, I wanted to add one point to what just Tanvi said. So, it's really an exciting part of our journey, because we have experienced this thing very soon lately, just after pandemic, while we were raising our last round. So, one of the VC told us, okay, we were just pitching to one of the VC, and after a couple of rounds of interactions with the managing partners, okay, we have received a comment from one of their associate that, and she was like more like a friend, so she just gave me a very honest and transparent feedback. They said, your business is not sexy enough for us to invest, right? So your business is rock solid, but it's not sexy enough for VC to invest, right? So just inflate your burn a little bit, do sign some brand ambassadors, and uh, that is how. So nowadays, funding, valuation, it's just a perception of people. So what you just said is very true, but they have given a very positive comment that we have taken very positively, that your business is rock solid. And even in pandemic, okay, we have grown approximately 35% in just 3 to 4 months. And if your brand is, if your customers are loyal to your brand, they'll support you under any circumstances, right? Your team member, right? You're actually creating value in the ecosystem. So building a rock solid business is difficult than building a sexy business nowadays. But still, if you have a right focus, or if you are adding value to your customers, then they will support you in your journey, and you will anyway survive.
Yes.
Correct. See, as a boss for sure, our belief is, see, if we are creating one building, okay, I'm taking one example. If we are creating one building, okay, there are 4 pillars, okay, in a building. So we consider our 4 pillar is, first is our customer, second is our employee, third is our investors, and fourth is we ourselves as a founder. So if the 4 pillars are strong, then they can create a good building.
Absolutely.
Okay, then they can create the 10th floor, 15th floor, or 100th floor building also. So foundation should be a very strong of any venture to become then the successful. So we consider these 4 pillars. If all the pillars are strong, then the building will be always remain the strong. So
what wonderful thoughts. And I think with that, let me bring this session to a close. I know we've overshot on our time a little bit, but Apurva, if there is some time, we'd be happy to take questions. The panel members will be very happy to take questions, or whichever way we would like to kind of proceed.
I think if there are questions on the chat box, we can have answers from the panelists. directly, because here I think everyone is really excited to make their presentations and to understand if they're going to win. So I can see that on the faces of people sitting in this hall right now. So I don't want to cut on their time because we have just about 30 minutes for them, and at 3:30 we have to start the grand finale. So with that, I think I will thank Geeta, you, and all the panelists. I guess this was a very interesting session that was going on. I didn't feel like cutting it short though myself, but I'm sure we will again interact with all of you. We'll invite you to the university and we'll have more interactions in times to come. The last year was a tough year for all of us, but I'm guessing that this is looking a very good and a bright year for all of us. And the way I can see the bright mind sitting here, soul sitting here in front of me, I feel very excited today. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you for having us today.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Now we have with us, now Vineet, Uday will take over from here for the Pitch Fest. So Uday, I don't know whether you've all been introduced to that. There, some of you are already introduced to him online. I guess everyone has seen him online. So here he will be taking you through the journey. 2-minute pitch. Those who are online can come online. Those who are in the room will come here in front and make your pitch. So just about 2 minutes, there will be a watch which will be actually looking whether you've completed 2 minutes. And there's no PowerPoint presentation required in this. It's just a pitch fest. You've already seen how people have been talking about the investors, etc. We're just getting you prepared for an outsider, and over to Uday.
Good afternoon, all. We will start with hackathon first. I will call upon first team Akshata Shantaram Shinde, Akanksha Shantaram Shinde, app ID 83. So,
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Akanksha Shinde from MGP Pharmacy College, Panchvati, Nasik. Here, providing solution for on the problem effective use and maintenance of public toilet, especially for female. The very basic difference between public toilet and personal toilet are it is utilized by community who do not have sufficient space or money to have personal toilet. Secondly, the people who are away from home for a long period of time. Community like driver, pregnant women, and menstruating female are toilet challenged. It plays important role in health and well-being of society. The major problem related with operation and maintenance of public toilet are less in number, improper location which are not accessible and acceptable, lack of facilities like water, light, poor cleanliness, poor drainage system, and no comfort and safety for female. Here we are providing solution on this problem. Construction cost can be reduced by use of silica plastic blocks made from waste, use of eco-friendly paint made from cow dung, use of solar energy power plant for electricity, adequate water supply by rainwater harvesting, and water used for washing hand will reuse for flush. Drainage can be managed by bio toilet. For increasing the visibility of public toilet, we can plot the position of the public toilet on Google Map with specified color. For disabled, we can make construction as for accessible toilet. Public toilet may be constructed at sufficient distance considering population density. Maintenance of public toilet by building the app that will connect supervisor, a worker, and the people. Also, we can set a sound instructor in the toilet to keep toilet clean. Installing auto flush system.
2 minutes are over actually. Sorry. So, okay, your idea is like everybody listen to that.
Yes.
So we'll continue the next one. Thank you very much for your invitation. Hello. Yeah. Next one I call Shrish Singh. Any one of you from your team number 68.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shrish Singh, and our topic was e-waste collection and disposal. Now, in India, there are 2 million tons of e-waste generated every year, from which 19% of the e-waste, that is 4 lakh tons of e-waste, is generated in Maharashtra itself, and 48,000 of e-waste was recycled. So the question is, where is 3.5 lakh tons of e-waste gone? So here's the problem: there is no awareness among the vast population of India. They consider the e-waste same as the other waste, and they dump it into the trash or give it to the state collector, and due to which most of the e-waste is not given to the e-waste recycling organization. So to solve this problem, we propose an app. So what happens is that in the current situation, there is e-waste center. They collect the e-waste from the peoples and give it to the e-waste recycling organization. Our app acts as a mediator between the peoples and e-waste collecting center. So the organization will register on our app, and our app users can request for e-waste collection. That request will be forwarded to the e-waste collection center. They can view how many people have requested at a time, and then if they found that number of requests is generated, then they will go and collect all the e-waste at the same time and give it to the recycling organization for the disposal of the e-waste.
Now may I call Kunal Ande, if he is here. He's from, let me just tackle air pollution.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kunal. I'm from RG Civil College. Our project is basically on data monitoring using IoT systems. As you all are aware that how the air pollution is affecting general public health, so we are making a project on collecting data of air quality, as well as we should automatically create a data set from the data that we are getting through our prototype. Our idea is to safeguard the health of general public from our model. This model is actually a low price resolution for continuous observation of different parameters affecting air pollution. Our scope is to detect a wide range, including parameters like temperature, humidity, sensors which can be used for detecting gases like NOx, CO2, alcohol, etc. Using this sensor, as you all are aware that there are various models out there that can detect large range to detect air quality. But our project is of very low cost. The sensor that we have used price range from around 140 to 300. So that makes our project budget little cheap. That is why it is easy to install in factories as well as in indoor areas. Using this sensor, we can easily check the quality of air indoor as well as in outdoor. These sensors have a long life as well as it's easy to imply. This project then provides a combination of process of sensing several gas levels in the air. That can be temperature, humidity, presence of CO2 or any other gases in unit ppm. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunal. Now, from turn round, the next one is Prachi Pillai. She can present her idea.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, faculty, and participants. I, Prachi Pingre, am honored to have the opportunity to present my team's project. Our project is city cleanliness using geotagged street images. This involves developing a learning model to aid in city cleanliness and promote smart city values in the form of a web app. The project includes geo-tracking of regions with high waste index detected using computer vision and deep learning image classification algorithms. With the help of geotagged images captured by drones or mobile vehicles or other local security cameras as well as users. Due to littering and inefficient garbage disposal practices engaged in by citizens, it becomes a tough task for sanitation workers to determine which areas require attention for waste pickup. Using this product, areas that require help can be located depending on the waste quality index of the area. Appropriate heat maps are generated. These heat maps enable authorities to take necessary actions efficiently. Furthermore, an algorithm is developed to use inputs such as electronic component sale, date of sale, time of sale, and location of sale, and provide output with the probable area in a heat map form that will show the most likely position of the disposed item. The applications of this project are very diverse as the cleanliness monitor can be trained for any locality and this process of determining cleanliness can be applied worldwide. We hope to integrate a system into real world which will only serve as a checkpoint and will not cause loss of jobs or dictate any authority. Therefore, it will be a natural fit with the current systems in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Prachi. Next one, Ish Peswani. Yeah, Ish. Project number 64, solid waste management.
So good afternoon, everyone. My project name is Solid Waste Management by Waste Activities Cell. Nowadays, we know environment is a very big challenge. Alone in Pune, the solid waste is produced around 17,000 tons. That's a very huge amount of solid waste that is created in Pune. Plus, thinking about the wastewater management, it's rounds up to 800 megaliters per day. So our solution to compromise the waste is that what we do, this is a schematic diagram of an model STDP. As you can see, what we have done in an existing STDP diagram, we propose a unit which is called as purple and blender unit. Now what does it do? It mixes the biodegradable waste with the sludge. Now what happens? The biodegradable waste is being thrown landfill and the current system aren't that much compromised to process the waste. So what we have done, we have just installed a purple and blender unit in existing solid waste management system, and due to this we will be efficiently managing our solid waste and our waste activated sludge. So both our solid waste and waste activated sludge can be efficiently compromised and efficiently done, and plus the advantages are that methane gas is produced which has number of applications, plus a good quality of manure is produced. So speaking about the current scenario, the industry or the nation is increasing day by day. So as an increasing population, we need an innovative solid waste management system and a wastewater management system. So this is our idea to install a unit, and the garbage truck will come in. Here will be the waste activated sludge which will directly be poured into the unit, and the garbage truck will put the biodegradable waste. Both of this will be mixed here, and that's how the process will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ish. Thank you. Last one from Hackathon is Akshay Maske. Thank you. Yeah.
Afternoon all. We are on a mission to help the treasure of the nation. Hello. Good afternoon all. We are on a mission to help the treasure of the nation, that is our elderly. So there is a vast demographic change in the nation. India is known as a young population, but it is going to convert into old elderly in some years, almost two-folds in 2025. So for that we have designed, for helping the elders, for solving their problems, we have designed a system that can be mounted on any walking aid and a mobile app. So the stick is connected with the mobile app. So we found out the problems and started solving them. First is falls in elderly. So when elderly falls, that becomes a trauma if no one helps them. So we have solved that by fall detection algorithm. Whenever the elderly falls, the his location and the nearby hospitals will be sent to the caretaker. Also, call will be connected. The next one is there are many emergency situations where elderly needs assistance. So we have given SOS push button in the system, also in the mobile app, that will work same as the fall detection. Next is we are generating health report. We have PPG sensor and we are estimating if the estimating blood pressure and respiration rate and predicting if the elder is suffering from heart disease or not. Next, there are some situations where the caretaker needs to set boundaries for the elderly. So that also we have solved by boundary tracking algorithm. So whenever the elderly crosses the boundary, he is notified as well as his caretaker is also notified about that. Next, we have added more features in that, like medicine reminders. Like the elderly are more what we say, they forget to take medicines. So we have medicine reminder as well as task reminder in that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Now we'll go for pitch fest. Few of the things. So first, I will call my e-dukan team. Application.
Hello everyone, myself Satish, and since we are short on time, I will read out our pitch very quickly. MyDukan.in is an upcoming e-commerce website launched on 17th October 2020 in the midst of lockdown. We are developing a B2B and B2C online as well as offline marketplace for self-help groups, artisans, weavers located in remote places across India. To give you an example, there is an NGO in Maharashtra working for Banjara women where they manufacture handmade clothing, jewelry, home decor pieces, and they need a platform to showcase and sell their products on national and international level. So by uploading such products on our website, we are creating employment opportunities for such people. We have already tied up with some self-help groups. Apart from this, we wish to bring multi-category products from various demographics across India. Very soon, people from various countries like USA, UK, Canada can place orders with us. Our payment gateway and delivery system is already in place. We are already working on starting our own clothing brand, travel portal, and OTT platform. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's that? Next one I will call, you can present them, Rahul. Rahul Nanak Bhagwani.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Rahul Bhagwani, a student from Maganmat Udaram College of Commerce. Today we see the waste produced in India is 0.5 kg per person per day. It is necessary to install waste energy power plants in India as well as in societies. The proposal that I offer is a mini waste energy power plant installed in societies with a capacity of 100 units or more to generate electricity. The installation and commissioning will be done by public-private partnerships. The value propositions offered are: the slag will be used for road repairing and waterproofing work. The electricity generated through the waste to energy power plants will be used to charge batteries, which will power water pumps, street lighting, electric vehicles, etc. For example, if we consider 100 flats per society, each flat consisting of 3 persons. The average waste generated is around 1.5 kg. For 100 people, it will go up to 150 kg. 150 kg multiplied by 7 days gives you average waste of 1 ton, which will be used to power the water pumps for at least 2 days. This will help cut down the cost incurred by the society, and it will become self-sufficient in waste management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next one will go for Summit Technology. Mr. Satish Patel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Satish Pathak, founder director of Samir Technology Innovations Private Limited. We are a DIPP recognized technology innovation startup engaged in industrial valves and allied automation systems. We also have another business model that is related to global value chain. Now it will look like that these are the two very different areas or business models. But the thing is, it is so strategized that the disruptive invention in the industrial valves and the allied automation itself is at the core of both the business models. And they would be complementary to each other when run in simultaneously. Now, this particular technology proves to be a altogether new kind of valve in the industrial automation region internationally. And applications you will find almost everywhere, right from FMCG to oil and gas and chemical, pharma, and even to the level of defense. We have received quite a good interest from ISRO to improve efficiency of the rocket fuel as well. And the technology has won highly prestigious international awards from countries like USA, China, Serbia, Croatia, and here in India. And I had received grant from DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, to using that. I have built a tech showcase at Kalyan near Mumbai, so which is available for live demonstrations and experience of the technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suresh. Next one will take Bring Back Life Private Limited. Dattatre Dhobri.
Good afternoon all. My name is Dattatre Dhobri. I am presenting Bring Back Life Private Limited, and we are developing one mobile application called Social Index. Now, what is Social Index? Before that, I'll take you all through background of starting of the Social Index. You all will be agree with me, like we daily came across to all negative news on day-to-day basis, like happening accident, riots, rapes and murders and theft, burglary. But you know, we all are habitual to blame others, like to government, to the person, to the department, or to other citizens also, for that matter. But we as a public, we as a responsible citizen, we do not take a step to stop it. So why we are not doing it? So this is the basic question of starting this social index. So we have developed this application where we will be promoting and making aware people on the importance of the fulfilling their social responsibilities to individual and to the corporate. Now, what we are doing on this social index mobile app, we will be giving a social index points to those people who will be doing social engagement activities and will be sharing on this application. So this will help to country to become a very good and ordered nation to live to us and to our generations also. Now we have developed here an individual platform and a corporate platform also. In corporate platform, we will be giving the social index points to the corporate also. Apart from this, we have three unique functions on the application. That one of that is ask for help. Like you might have heard, like there were flood in the Kolhapur, but we heard that the people who are in the need, they didn't get the help directly. You know, they were like seeking for help, but they don't get it. Here, the user can ask for the help, and the people near to the their location, they will get notification for that. And those who are interested, they can directly contact that person and directly give the help to him. This is the one function. The another one is raise social event. Yeah, like we might have heard, like everyone is doing some or other social activities, but everyone is doing it separately. No one is coming together and they are doing at a big level. So here, a user can create an event for a social engagement activity that other people can join with. So this will help to have a big event and have a better social impact. And the third one is like a poll system where user can generate poll and take an opinion from the other users on the social issues. And the last option is raise social issues. We can, you know, we all are saying like there are so many social issues in our society, but there is no platform to raise that social issues. So we have developed one functions to raise social issues, starting from like bad roads or water issues or electricity issues.
Your time is up, actually. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next one, Shivaji Kare. Yes, credibility.
Thank you, Udaji. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shivaji Kale. We are from Credibility. Our tagline is financing the unfinance. So we are going to start a fintech company where we are going to solve a problem of the loan that a private coaching institution student seeks. Actually, अगर आप लोग देखेंगे, तो we are all seeking a kind of fund for our educational programs. But for the universities or other type of higher educational programs, we get education loan from the formal banking institutions. But if you need, because lot of here are university students who might have attended their coaching institution for the 10, 12, or for engineering or medical, even for competitive exams like UPSC or other things, where the fees runs from a few lakhs to up to 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs for JE classes. So where student who have a credibility in itself in the form of academics, but because do not have a financial support from the formal banking system, is not able to get into the institutions. And as we are all aware about, and lot of surveys are saying that about 89% students attend the private coaching classes. So why not to make a platform where the students can get a loan, or we will term it as a credit, because it is going to develop them a better human resource, and it will not only make them a better human, it will make them a capable human which can contribute for the nation building, and we can make our nation a great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next one, we call Anish Malpani. Ashaya. Yeah, it's 2 minutes.
My name is Anish Malpani, and I'm founder of Ashaya. We're a waste to value solution. In India, there are two major problems. Waste is pretty complex in India, and we look at it from two perspectives. One, 81% of waste in India is untreated. Over half of it gets thrown into landfills. At the same time, there are about 1.5 million waste pickers in India. So we at Ashaya want to increase the value of waste and use this increased value to redistribute it to waste pickers and kabadiwalas, those folks that are exploited in the supply chain. We're starting off with plastic waste. We're going to convert low quality plastic waste into high quality 3D printing filament and use that to produce consumer goods that we sell in the market. We have had early breakthroughs with multi-layer packaging, so think a lace packet. We've gotten that to separate into its constituent layers, but we're very early in this game. We've only been registered for a few months and only started research for a couple of months. So we have a long way to go. We're super excited to figure that out.
Nice. Last one for each phase is Sujit Babar.
Very good afternoon all. Sujit from Transfer Technology Private Limited. Suppose you are traveling from location A to B, right? And you come to know that you lost something. What you have to do? You have to drop your journey, go back, search for lost item, right? If it is found, it is okay. If it is not found, you waste your time, you waste money to buy it back, right? So indirectly that also impact on your further journey and you whatever plans you have, right? So we are planning to come up with a centralized platform where user can simply report, search and claim the found items. So it can easy to maximize the return rate of the lost items. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to I2E competition now. Suchita Ghatikar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suchita Ghatikar and I'm from D.Y. Patil Institute of Technology. Our product is basically a sanitary pad dispenser and a disposal machine. Our product will consist of a sanitary pad and a disposable bag. So sanitary pad, by providing the sanitary pad at a cheaper cost, we'll be finish the period poverty because of the UK government had recently introduced that period poverty due to which women have to miss work, college and all. It will come to an end and the disposable bag will be tamper proof and leakage proof, because of which the segregation process can be brought to an end, and it will also consist of it will also consist of a disposable compartment. Like every year, 100,000 tons of wastes, menstrual wastes created, and it can be prevented with the help of our machine. And biodegradable pads and disposable bag will be in it, so that the rural women who will be making the biodegradable pad, they'll also get a source of income because of our product. Thank you.
Thank you. Got some time. Abhishek Vilas Chaudhary, Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering.
Do you know that Delhi? Hello. Do you know that Delhi had remained shut down for 5 days in 2019, and only reason for this is air pollution. Air pollution has reached recorded level due to hazardous smoke from farm fires, and so we are dealing with that problem. We are converting agriculture waste into useful products like briquettes, and we are giving financial support to the farmers. So what uniqueness we are offer? We are integrating the system in which we are pulling out the cotton stock, and we are converting that cotton stock into useful product like briquettes and the jars, so that farmers get more beneficial for the financial respect. Thank you.
So we are end of this presentation for this hackathon, Pitch Space as well as I2E. So next will be prize distribution ceremony and announcement of winners for all 3 rounds. Thank you. Somebody see the chat. Yeah, online. Few minutes, we can continue with Sahil Utekar, I2E.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madhusudan Bhosle with Sahil Utekar. I am from AIT Pune. So let's introduce our product. It's a retrofitted scooter, means it's conversion of existing conventional scooter into electric one. Talking about the problem, well, government brings scrappage policy, like every scooter is going to be a scrap by the end of 2021. So it creates huge amount of scrap. Rather than scrapping all the scooters, we can convert this existing scooter into electric one by within the less amount, which is 60% economical rather than buying new electrical vehicle. It's a direct competition between new electrical vehicle and the retrofitted vehicle. It will be cost around 45,000. Which will give 60 kilometer per hour speed and 100 kilometer of range. We have 3 variants, and we are going to enter into the market by the end of 2 months. Thank you.
अजून थोडा वेळ आहे तर अजून एक घेऊया आपण पार्टिसिपंट. सृष्टी तातेड.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, osteoarthritis is majorly increasing disease, and the available treatments which are generally prescribed are NSAIDs, which have huge amount of side effects. Like patients are having fear that they will be affected with some other major issues like kidney failure and all by taking NSAIDs. So many of them avoid taking the treatment and they are ready to bear the pain. So to solve this issue, we have come up with a solution that is herbal navel patch. We will be providing herbal navel patch which will be applied on navel, and it will give relief to the patients having severe pain due to arthritis, and they will not have any of the side effects also. Because navel therapy is very ancient and it has roots in Ayurveda. Navel has a origin of life. It is the golden point of the body, and by administering the drug through navel, it will overcome all the issues of adverse side effects and patient will be relieved out of their pain. So we are launching our product that is herbal navel patch, which will be a remedy for sustainable living. Thank you.
Next, Ujjwal Raigure. Ujjwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ujjwal Nagde and I am from Aerial Surveying and Mapping. So I'll begin with my problem statement. So traditional surveying, as we know that traditional surveying has been used since decades, which takes many laborers working for us in risky terrains as well as adverse environmental conditions. So also it has bulky setups, instrumental setups. So we have come up with a solution that is we have developed our own drone for which is capable of performing speedy surveys. You can say as fast as 1 acre per minute. So we are aiming to provide services like topographic maps, land surveying, property surveying, construction inspections, construction monitoring to builders, real estate businessmen, and contractors. So, our primary benefits are that we deliver survey reports at a very short period of time with centimeter level accuracy and as low as about 800 rupees per acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, दुसरा माणूस राहुल मोरे आहेत का? Okay. Yes, online.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now coming towards the grand finale the show that brings us all together here, the excitement, and I'm not sure who's going to be the winner for I2E hackathon. Of course, Pitch Fest is more from the perspective of an incubation center. I saw a lot of your enthusiasm today in the morning when you were making the pitch in 2 minutes. I saw similar excitement right now in the afternoon as well. That gives us immense satisfaction for the activity that we've done. I'm so happy and glad that more than 1,500 ideas came on surface. In spite of the fact that colleges were closed, the students had no access to their mentors face to face. You had only access to your mentors on an online format. Believe you and me, when we asked for the idea, sir, initially, a day before the close of the event, there were only 5 ideas that came. And the faculties felt very helpless, stating that we're not connected with the students. And then we reached out to the students directly, extended the date by 3-4 days. And to my surprise, we had 198 teams who came forward. So that was really amazing. We were very fortunate that this time CloudQ came up with the problem statements. The problem statements were very difficult. I must say that they were very, very specific problem statements given by the company, where we had few takers, because anytime anything that's very difficult, there are very few who want to take up the difficult challenge. And the third one was the PCMC challenge. The PCMC challenge was another interesting challenge that we had, where we had something in the health category and waste management environment. Professor Karmarkar sir comes from the waste management side, so environment and geologist by profession. So sir, there were 96 entries in that particular category. So with this context, let me first welcome all the dignitaries who are present here. You can see here Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pune University, Professor Dr. Nitin Karmarkar sir with us. You can see the first citizen of PCMC, Mai Dore, who is with us today. We are honored to have our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrani sir with us. We are very fortunate that we have 2 partners with us, and these 2 partners are from PCMC. We have with us Poman sir and Kiran Vaidya sir. And of course, I've been there with you all through the journey, and I've been in your groups as well. So I'm sure you know me. My name is Apurva Palkar, and this all happened with the help and support of our Senate member, Santoshji Dore, who is sitting in the first row. The alliance and partnership that we were able to do with PCMC, and this alliance and partnership that we've been able to do has brought a different dimension to the problem solving process. So here, I would just like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to felicitate our guest, Mayor ma'am, with a small token. This is a small sapling, ma'am. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to also felicitate our 2 guests, Poman sir and Kiran Vaidya sir. I will go with the third category, which is the cloud queue. As I mentioned to you, the cloud queue, sir, the problem statement was really difficult. And the company has decided that they have chosen a team. The first winner team is of Anurag Lambor and Gaurav Dude. They are both online. They are not available right now here because both of them are out of Pune. It has been decided that the company has a different offer for them. Instead of giving them a seed money, the company has decided to give them an offer letter. Both of them are final year students, and the idea is at a very preliminary stage. They have not created a company as such, but the company feels that their resource would be very, very beneficial and useful to us. So that round of applause was for them, and you are there to accept the letter on their behalf. So their faculty member, their mentor is here. So I'll request ma'am to please come, and Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to kindly give away this Cloud Q prize. Yes. So we go to the most exciting part, which is the PCMC hackathon, which was conducted. And in this PCMC hackathon, where we had 108 entries, 10 were shortlisted. There were 3 jury members from PCMC. They are officers from PCMC, Dr. Anil Roy, Dr. Dange, and Dr. Supekar. I'm not sure if the juries have come in, but these were the 3 jury members from the side of PCMC. We also had some of our own jury members. I will come back to the jury members who are commonly working with us on a day-to-day basis. And the jury has decided to give the 3rd prize, that is the 3rd winner of 1 lakh rupees from PCMC side, goes to Pratiksha Thorat and the team. I request Mayor Madam to please give away the prize for PCMC. Data monitoring using IoT system and analysis using ML. Do we have his AV? The second prize in this category is going to Shrish Singh. This is on PCMC environment category. Do we have Shrish Singh here in the team? Shrish Singh and the team. Prize of 1 lakh of rupees, which is a seed fund. This money will be given as a seed fund where they have to start their company and enterprise. And the winner, I'm sure everyone is excited to know, prize of 3 lakh rupees, which is on PCMC Health, is to Akanksha Shinde. Akanksha and her team. Akanksha and her team. 3 lakh, ma'am. Do the honors. Yes, we will show all the projects in a while, in 1 minute. If Akshay can show the projects also in the meanwhile. We'll go to I2E competition. This is innovation to enterprise competition for the colleges who have set up their startup innovation cells under the university. These are the prizes which have been given by SPPU. Savitribai Phule Pune University has declared the prizes. The first prize is of 1 lakh rupees and the second prize is of 50,000 rupees. I will request the second prize winner to come on the stage, and his name is Abhishek Chaudhary. I request the Vice Chancellor sir to give him the award. Abhishek Chaudhary. Abhishek Chaudhary has done work on plant residue extraction. Okay. So we have the first team who is coming in the meantime. Akshay, can you show because the excitement should be there for the first prize winner, where we have the Honorable Vice Chancellor to give the prizes. But let's have the films of all the people who have come to this level. Winners, 5 winners. It's a small clip of 5 minutes each. Everyone has sent out a small video of 5 minutes each. Can we have the audio for that? Then do the next, which one? Next one, yes. Explain what is the work that we've done.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are students from Pimpri-Chinchwad College of Engineering, Pune. We started our project from the lockdown. When we are at our location, we are from rural background. So our father is a farmer. So we started working on the cotton plant, and we thought that how can we convert the crop residue into useful product like briquette. So we started working on that plant, and then we arrived at the idea. Then we started, and then we designed some business model to convert the agriculture waste into useful products, and so that we can give financial support to the farmers.
So we finally designed a system called as a plant residue pulvetor, which has the provision of pulling out cotton stock along with roots, and such system is not available currently in market. So we are pulling out cotton stock along with roots and transfer to the shading system, where we are converting it into the small particles. And then we are using that small particles to make a briquettes, which will be used in the industry as a sustainable fuel. So the novelty of our product that we are pulling out along with roots, and by pulling out along with roots, we are also removing the stains of the pink bollworm, the insect that affect the further yield. So that's our product. Thank you.
Basically, माझ्या प्रोजेक्टचं नाव होतं इफेक्टिव्ह यूज अँड मेंटेनन्स ऑफ पब्लिक टॉयलेट स्पेशली फॉर फिमेल्स. आता आपण सगळे पब्लिक टॉयलेट बघतो ते कसे असतात, एकदम घाणेरडे असतात. म्हणजे ते नंबर मध्ये खूप आहे, पण त्याचा यूज आपल्याला होत नाही. तर ते स्वच्छ करण्यासाठी, ते मेंटेन ठेवण्यासाठी काही सिस्टीम आपण अप्लाय केली पाहिजे. फॉर एक्झाम्पल, आम्ही असं टाकलं होतं की मोबाईल ऍप्लिकेशन आपण तयार केलं की ज्यामुळे सुपरवायझर जो असेल तो वरतून आपल्याला नेहमी तर त्या पब्लिक टॉयलेटला जाऊन तो बघू नाही शकत. सो त्या ऍप्लिकेशन मधून तो आपण तो सुपरवायझर त्या वर्करवरती लक्ष ठेवेल आणि ज्यामुळे तो पीपलला पण ते बघता येईल की ते टॉयलेट किती स्वच्छ आहे. त्यानंतर जसं आपण लिफ्ट यूज केल्यानंतर एंट्री केल्यावरती ते कसं बजर वाजतो की तुम्ही एंट्री केल्यानंतर बंद करा दरवाजा. सेम जसं आपण पब्लिक टॉयलेट मध्ये ओपन करतो तेव्हा आपण मध्ये गेल्यानंतर तिथे असं बजर वाजला पाहिजे की तुम्ही फ्लश करा पाणी, ज्यामुळे वास येणार नाही किंवा घाण होणार नाही. सेम प्रिन्सिपल आपण तिथे यूज करू शकतो. सो बेसिकली फिमेल साठी पण खूप इम्पॉर्टंट जे वुमन एम्पॉवरमेंट साठी सुद्धा याचा यूज होऊ शकतो. सो बेसिकली
Good afternoon, everyone. So our project is that currently how Indian e-waste management is done is that there is an e-waste collecting center that can be in an organization or municipal corporation, and they collect the e-waste from the people and give it to the recycling centers. Now, what happening is in India, only 10% of the e-waste was recycled, and talking about the whole world, only 12.5% to 15% of the total e-waste was recycled. So what we have done that there is a problem in collection. So we have introduced the app between the peoples and e-waste collecting centers. So if people want their e-waste to be collected, they just request to our app. That request is forwarded to the e-waste collection center. They can see that how many people have requested for the e-waste collection center, and then that e-waste will be collected once at a time.
So Abhishek Chaudhary, you have done that. So now we come to the grand finale, though we know that the team is on their way, they're yet to reach here. But I think maybe someone else can come and pick up the award on their behalf. The winner is none other than from a team from Cummins College of Engineering for Women, and the name is Shrinik Mutha. Shrinik Mutha is on their way, but I'm sure if someone can, ma'am, if you can come and pick it up on their behalf, someone could, you only do that. Women's Day on Monday, so I think we'll ask ma'am to accept their award. For some reason, they are on their way, is what they're saying, so we will just give away the award. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to do the honors from Savitribai Phule Pune University. This is a prize of 1 lakh rupees that's going to this team, and probably the team can do a photo apps later on. All this would not have been possible without the help and support of jury members. We have a lot of people who are engaged continuously with our center, sir, and they're all the time helping us. They're just one phone call away. We have fortunate enough to have now today we start with Prajakta. Prajakta ma'am has been helping us. The husband-wife team, in fact, her husband Vineet is also here. Both of them are helping the center. They've helped us get a lot of speakers as well. They're both in the investment side. Posiview is the name of the company, chartered accountants. So I'll request Prajakta and Vineet today to kindly come on the stage. Request Neeraj Shah to kindly come. Neeraj Shah is a chartered member of TAI and has been associated with our center for a very long time, and is helping supporting all our startups here. Suchitra Pense, she is in this 25 years. She's been helping mentoring startups. She's mentored more than 300 startups till date. Suchitra Pense. We have with us Dekan Denny. Dekan has been now he is joined the group of Persistent, prior to which he was a banker with RBL and an investor, runs his own co-working space and is helping and supporting our startups. Dekan Denny. We have Mukund Wangikar sir. Request Mukund sir to kindly come on the stage and accept our token of appreciation. So we had total of 24 jury members, but today they couldn't come. We will send the jury members their token of appreciation very shortly. With this, I will request Honorable Mayor Madam to speak a few words. Madam, don't shut the. This person bola.
मराठी मी बोलणार आहे. मराठी दिन झालेला आहे म्हणून भाषेचा परवाच आज या ठिकाणी विद्यार्थ्यांना एक वेगळं आगळं प्रोत्साहन देण्याचं काम सावित्रीबाई विद्यापीठ त्याचप्रमाणे PCMC या माध्यमातून आपण घेत आहोत आणि त्यामध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व झालेले विद्यार्थी यांना एक प्रोत्साहन म्हणून या व्यासपीठावर त्यांचं कौतुक काहीतरी दोन आपण केलेलं आहे आणि त्या कार्यक्रमात ते उपस्थित असलेले आपले कुलगुरू साहेब उपकुलगुरू साहेब त्याचप्रमाणे PCMCचे आपले संगणक अधिकारी पवन सर गुप्ता वैद्य सर आमच्या मॅडम अपूर्वाताई सिनेट सदस्य आमचे संतोषजी ढोरे सर्वजण विद्यार्थी आणि विद्यार्थ्यांच्या समावेश आलेले त्यांच्या माता असतील बहिणी असतील पप्पा असतील सर्वांचं मनपूर्वक स्वागत करते. औद्योगिक नगरी म्हटलं की पिंपरी चिंचवड पाहण्याचा हा दृष्टिकोन पूर्ण महाराष्ट्राचा आहे. त्याचबरोबर कामगार नगरी म्हणून ही आपण सर्वांना माहिती आहे की पिंपरी चिंचवड म्हटलं की कामगार नगरी, कारण पिंपरी चिंचवड मध्ये अनेक कंपन्या आपल्याला पाहायला मिळतात आणि त्या माध्यमातून पिंपरी चिंचवडच्या लोकसंख्येची वाढ ही झालेली आहे. आणि मग का नाही अभ्यास करायचा असं PCMCच्या आमच्या सर्व अधिकारी वर्ग पदाधिकारी आणि विद्यापीठाचे कुलगुरू त्यांचे सर्व शिक्षक स्टाफ यांच्या माध्यमातून एक विचार विनिमय झाला आणि हा कार्यक्रम सिनियर सदस्य संतोष म्हणजे माझा नातू आहे त्यांची कल्पना ही त्यांनी मांडली गेली आमदार लक्ष्मणराव जगताप यांच्या समोर आणि त्यांनी कारण आमच्या आमदारांना चांगल्या गोष्टी करायचं म्हटलं की अतिशय आवड आणि त्यामध्ये मुलांचं करिअर म्हटलं की प्रश्नच नाही, म्हणून आमदारांच्या सहकार्याने हा कार्यक्रम जो सुरू केला आणि त्याला यश आलेलं आहे असं म्हटलं तर संतोष तुझ्या ज्या हे होते एक प्रोजेक्ट उभा करायचा विद्यार्थ्यांनी ते त्याला हे यश आलेले. मला वाटतं की ज्यांचा सत्कार झालाय त्यांना एक प्रोत्साहन म्हणून आहे. सत्कार का केला ते सत्काराबरोबर ओझं दिलेले कशाचं पुढे चाला मागं नाही यायचं. आता हे काही जेमतेम फक्त कौतुक करण्याकरता आम्ही काही दक्षिणाच्या रूपाने केले काही, तर ह्याला तुम्ही स्वतःच्या या औद्योगिक नगरीमध्ये वेगवेगळे प्रोजेक्ट कसे तयार करा. आपल्या सर्वांना माहिती आहे की आपल्याला स्वदेशीच जास्त आवडत, तर स्वदेशीपणा हा पूर्ण देशामध्ये कसा येईल त्याचं एक जिवंत उदाहरण म्हणून आज या ज्ञानाचा सागर सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे विद्यापीठ यामध्ये आपण एक छोट्याच्या स्वरूपात याचं आयोजन केलं आणि मला वाटतं की आज जे मी पाहिलं गेलं त्यामध्ये आपण पाऊल उचलतोय, फक्त टेकवायचं आहे अजून. तर अशा पद्धतीचं एक चांगलं पाऊल आपण उचललंय आणि ते नक्कीच सक्सेस होईल. आम्ही सर्वच जण आपल्या सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांच्या असलेल्या वेगवेगळ्या कल्पना, वेगवेगळे प्रोजेक्ट, यामध्ये आम्ही आमचे फोमन सर आहेत, कमिशनर आहेत, आमदार लक्ष्मणभाऊ जगताप आहेत, आमचे सिनेट सदस्य संतोषजी ढोरे आहेत, कुलगुरू सर तर आहेच, कारण ते गुरु आहेत. गुरु नेहमीच चांगलेच मतदार त्यांना हे करतात. एक वेगळं नेतृत्व, ज्ञानाचा सागर म्हणजे गुरु. तर यांच्या सहकार्याने, मार्गदर्शनाने आणि आपल्या PCMCच्या प्रयत्नाने अपूर्वा मॅडम त्यामध्ये अतिशय इन्व्हॉल्व आहेत, खूप अगदी ऍक्टिव्ह मी पाहत असते. आणि आपल्या मागे एक लेडी सुद्धा विद्यार्थ्यांच्या मागे भक्कम उभी आहे. तर आपल्याला पुढे जाण्याकरता कुठलीच अडचण येणार नाही. तुम्हाला खूप खूप मी शुभेच्छा देते आणि असेच पुढे चाला आणि वेगवेगळे प्रोजेक्ट आपल्याच राज्यात, आपल्याच देशात, आपणच बॉस. जे पण आपण आजपर्यंत ऐकतो, मी नावं ठेवणार नाही कोणाला, पण आपण जे जे आपल्या वापरातले आहेत, जे आपल्या स्वदेशी आपल्याला अत्यावश्यक सेवा आहे, ते आपल्याच मुलांनी तयार कराव्या. आपला पैसा आपल्या घरात कसा येईल यासाठी तुम्ही सज्ज राहा. तुम्हाला खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. आता मी खूप सुंदर आणि इतकं छान मॅडमनी अगदी विस्तृत वर्णन केलंय. आपण 2 दिवसाचे काम केले त्याविषयी. तर कुलगुरू सरांना मी विनंती करते की सर प्लीज स्पीक अ फ्यू वर्ड्स.
Good afternoon. Indeed a pleasure to be with you all. First of all, to felicitate the winners who participated in this particular competition, which was jointly held by, or rather organized by the PCMC, Savitribai Phule University and Cloud. And in fact, the beginning was made sometime, I remember during Diwali. Sometime during Diwali, we had the first meeting at PCMC. Because in fact, prior to Diwali, we had the Diwali Parad at the Amdas house. So I distinctly remember that. And since then, we actually were planning it out. The idea was that Pune University is so close to PCMC. We have very good connect with them. And we should do something for the student belonging to that particular arena also. Although this particular Center for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, was established on the campus of the University of Pune way back in 2018. And since then, we've been doing many activities. The very building in which you are sitting is called as SPPU Research Park Foundation. And this entire building basically is dedicated to the startup activity. Presently, there are about 14, 15 odd startups. We have identified 5 verticals. Yesterday also I spoke about on that. Electrical mobility, then artificial intelligence, healthcare, agriculture and water. And besides that, in fact, we also are providing space to or giving co-location to the industry also. If you, while going, you can just peep through. There's another center that we established called C4I4, the smart industry. We are into industry 4.0, 4.2, wherein everything to a great extent, wherein there's a great use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, so many other interesting sort of or IoT. So how do we make use of all these new things in making industry smart, and how do we to a great extent increase the production, and wherein there will be least amount of waste that will get generated. We will try to actually maintain or retain the environment intact. And with these ideas, basically, there are certain things that are happening on the campus of the University of Pune. So today's activity, the festival that we organized and the competition that we had, actually wherein there are, I would say, problem statements asked from various different or other three different units, the SPPU, the cloud, and the PCMC. And obviously, in a PCMC area or even in Pune, the environment is the most important thing, which is also very near and dear to me. The kind of projects to a great extent got awarded today, especially the very first one, although ranked third or second, regarding basically the agricultural residue. We have seen the kind of impact of burning this waste, especially in the Haryana, Delhi border area, and how the environment or how the air quality to a great extent got deteriorated in Delhi. So a very innovative concept, and on the basis of which these people have come out a very fantastic idea with which to a great extent things can happen, and to a great extent we can minimize the effect of whatever that waste that is generated. Instead of burning it, we to a great extent can make use of it for creating those bricks or bricks. Actually, in the very just slight ahead of PCMC, we have the Talegaon industrial region, and the University of Pune for last 10 years in a PPP mode. We try to actually generate electricity, making use of the same thing, making use of basically the waste and the solar energy. It's a hybrid project, solar thermal project as such. We could able to produce electricity, and to a great extent we could make one particular village more or less energy-wise sustainable, and wherein the same material to a great extent we have made use of as a material for basically thermal purpose, creating basically, I would say, the heat and the other thing. And simultaneously, the solar panels to a great extent making use of the solar radiation, creating the required heat, which to an extent getting transported into electrical energy as such. And these are very innovative concepts. One must come forward. In fact, in that direction, this is one step ahead. And I'm very happy that you could actually think of such an important sort of a subject. Probably that this must have the problem statement, the PCMC. The other one, the toilets, keeping the toilets clean. Generally, when we go abroad, we have seen how the toilets are kept very intact, very clean, very, I would say, hygienic. That doesn't necessarily happen in India, whether it is female or ladies' toilets or gents' toilets. The situation is the same, rather worse in both the cases as such. And that is basically a basic need, and one must take care of such public utilities also. And from that point of view, a girl basically coming from again a pharmacy college, she has put in her efforts in creating such an app. So very good ideas and scalable one. Of course, this is just the beginning part. The ideas you have put in, probably some work that you have done, but subsequent work obviously requires some mentoring, and you require to get some financial support. The amount of money that is been provided is meager, I know, but it is and kind of basically, I would say, to give a pat on your back. So you have done something good, and we'll bring in basically the required sort of a knowledge. We'll help you in mentoring. We'll help you in bringing good partners. We'll search for the partners who would handle with you, and so that with these ideas would come forward and perhaps would get scaled up further. So this is what is the very purpose of creating this particular cell, as well as this particular SPPU Research Park Foundation. We have an advantage on the campus of the University of Pune. We have 50 odd departments, 26 of them are science department. And then apart from that, the required analytical facility, we have the central instrumentation facility also. And there is a great amount of research that happens in all different disciplines. And that is an advantage. So the mentoring would be available 24/7 if you come over here. And then apart from that, you can also see that in the recent time, the university, the Pune has got a tag. It's called the Pune Knowledge Cluster. Knowledge cluster doesn't necessarily mean only academic part. There are industry partners. They also come together. So there are roughly around 26, 20 odd industry and academicians or academic institutes have come together again to resolve these various issues, and wherein we are emphasizing more on the environment, the water. We all know what is the quality of water that drains through our river system. In fact, there are no more rivers remaining, both in PCMC as well as PMC. And the river that we see virtually are a kind of a culverts draining all waste material. So somewhere restoring the previous glory back to these rivers. So that is also another interesting problem, and one must take that forward as such. So environment, whether it is water, whether it is air, with the kind of waste that we are generating, we all know basically how the environment or climate is getting impacted because of all these different things that we've been doing. On one side, obviously, we have to support the increasing population with respect to their food, with respect to all their requirement. For that, industry is required. For that, fuel is required. And while this vicious circle to a great extent actually is impacting adversely the environment also, wherein we have seen how the glaciers are melting every day. In fact, the day before yesterday, if you had seen it on the TV, how the icebergs in the Antarctica, more or less a 6 and 7 kilometer or more than 10 kilometers, sort of a large sort of a crack that to a great extent is breaking the entire iceberg as large as, I would say, a city like Mumbai. And eventually, obviously, it would be melted out. The same thing is happening in Himalayan region. I've been working in Himalaya, wherein we have seen most of the iceberg. In fact, we had a recent incident also in Uttarakhand. We have seen how it adversely impacted. Suddenly, basically in Chamoli region, one portion of the iceberg came down, and while basically coming down, it got crushed, and to a great extent, the flood that got created adversely impacted the entire of the energy sort of a project that was happening in that region. Beside that, 200 odd people got completely wiped away. So these are the adverse effects that we can see on day-to-day basis. And somewhere, in fact, the young generation also to take cognizance of all these things that are happening in and around. And while we must put in our brain, how do we actually, to a great extent, make this earth sustainable, make this planet sustainable for living, as well as we must take care of the air quality, we must take care of the water quality, and so on and so forth. So in that particular direction, it is just not a competition, but somewhere we are trying to inculcate that spirit in you all, that we have to be very careful. We have to basically think of our own problems, try resolving them, and the solution that we find are going to be indigenous. So somewhere the Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is what we are emphasizing more on. So I'm so happy that there is, although initially there wasn't much of a participation, but when the date was increased and she was telling me more than 190 odd people participated. So bravo, every one of you. Congratulations to those who have won. The other people obviously have ideas. They couldn't make it, but can to an extent further work on this. This is open, and not necessarily that only winners are welcomed over here. In fact, everyone is welcome over here. So with this, again, I congratulate every one of you, and I thank the mayor, the PCMC, Madam Doreji, Pomanji, then Vaidyaji, the PCMC Commissioner, Patil sir, the previous PCMC Commissioner, Shravan Hardikar, all of them to a great extent actually came forward in taking up this idea ahead. So once again, I thank from my heart. In fact, our own Senate member, Santosh Dore, it was his idea, in fact, that TCMC and the Pune University should do certain things together. So from there, things started evolving, and today finally it has culminated into this particular competition. So I thank every one of them, including my own director for this particular center, Apurva Parker. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Just a quick taking of what Honorable Vice Chancellor said. Last year also, we had close to 32 teams that we had shortlisted for my 2E competition. And we gave prizes only to 2, but all the others we nurtured for 1 full year. So that's the offer that we have this year in pre-incubation. Will help you, support you till you reach a certain level. It's only the first 2 teams or the first 3 teams in the hackathon who have received a seed money for their business right away. But the rest of you who are here, we've already created a group, which means that we are seriously wanting to look at you. We just, I think you're in my net now. I don't want to leave you at all, that you are in our net and we want to help and support. And the net is all about helping and supporting. So that's the whole role, and the mentors are already available here. And you've already seen the taste of the mentors who are here. Last one small point, that is the pitch fest that was done. Pitch fest was done, there are groups where people are asking me questions, what is happening to the pitch fest? What is the result? The result of the pitch fest is your inclusion in incubation center, for which there is another process that we follow. Sir mentioned that we have a SPPU Research Park Foundation as well. So there's a process that we will follow and a due diligence which will be done for all the teams from the technicality perspective, whether you are a company or not, etc. And we will issue letters to you after we've done that. So those results are not declared today. With this, I request Uday Dev to just give the vote of thanks. He is the manager at PCNC Startup Innovation Center. Uday.
Hello. Good evening, all present here and those who are online. My name is Uday Dev, and I'm manager at Pimpri-Chinchwad Startup Incubation Center. On behalf of entire InnoFest 2021 team, I'm here for a last important part of the event, which is vote of thanks. As you all know, gratitude is very important attitude in life. Whatever we achieve in our personal or professional life, we cannot do it on our own. We have need support from others, and always a teamwork and guidance from seniors. In life, in personal life, we can see the guidance from our parents, and in professional life from our seniors like our managers and directors. So with this deep gratitude feeling, I would like to thank all present over here, Srimati Mayor Ma'am Mai Dhoreji, then Dr. N.R. Karmakar, Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Dr. N.S. Umraniji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Kiran Vaidya, MD Auto Cluster, Shri Nilkant Pomanji, Chief Information Technology of PCMC. This event got a real grace today with their presence over here. In this short duration, less than 1 month, I remember that on 7th February last month, we had a meeting at SPPU for this event, actual planning of the event. And we could organize such a successful event because of the real efforts, immense efforts from our team member in InnoFest 2021, as well as a thoughtful and valuable guidance from Dr. Apurva Parker, Director IIL SPPU. I also take this opportunity to thank all my PCSIC directors. 2 of them are present here, Nilkant Pomanji and Kiran Vaidyaji, and one more, Mr. Prashant Girbani, who for their support towards this event. This vote of thanks will not be complete unless we extend a big thanks towards 2 days keynote speakers, because many of you attended this online yesterday and today offline and online both. There are key speakers as well as panels where they share their immense experience in a condensed format to all of us. This last 2 days of summit was a final day, but there were 3 competitions, as you know, we conducted I2E competition, hackathon and pitch fest. So in I2E competition, we had a boot camp event because I2E competition was open for final year college students. So for them to have their refined approach, we have this boot camp speakers also. So we want to thank all my boot camp speakers for guiding I2E competition people on the business front. Finally, I like to bring attention to backbone of this event, like all juries, because without them, we could not have selected these successful finalists, and all this competition would not be possible without their support. So they worked with us for last 2 weeks to find out the golden ideas or golden competition ideas from this competition. So with this, I again thanks all participants also who, because of them, we could create this successful event, and all those who support directly and indirectly towards this event, right from a person who has served us tea and coffee during this till director of this SPPU. So I thank you everyone and thank you very much.
Served for every